Doesn't seem to be like anybody else is alive that is in the village itself.
Just the 20 gnomes?
The 20 gnomes look like they're walking. Some look like they had fell down, possibly being drugged by the horses or something like that, um, in the mud. But they look like they are going the same direction as the hoof prints were.
Oh, I see. It's tracks of 20 gnomes. Okay.
Yep. Uh, right now it's the afternoon. It's starting to get a little cloudy.
Server group assigned.
Well, I will run into the village and see if there are any other survivors.
All right. Just do a spot and listen checks for me. All right. So you don't really hear much, probably because of the fires going on in the some of the buildings. Uh, but there doesn't seem to be any moaning and everything. Uh, you do happen to see what it looks like a large amount of axes and blunt instruments. Look like they have been used on the dead gnomes, possibly like maces or something. Um, don't really find anybody else that's surviving in the village. You do find your mother, father, and husband dead.
Well, in that case, I'll pack up all the goods that I can get a hold of, which will end up being
Microphone
my
muted.
starting equipment.
Well, you can spend some time searching through the remains of the village for rations and stuff like that if you want.
Well,
Uh, it
that'll be
is
my starting equipment, yeah, because I normally
yeah.
wouldn't carry it.
Well, it is. What I'm saying is you can spend some of the time in the day to equip yourself um, uh, more, but it will get later in the day and everything.
Yeah, I'm not
And
taking that much time.
okay.
And then I'll go back to the tracks, cast Speak with Animals, and I will have my dog. I'll chat with my dog and have him memorize the sense of the beings that took off with the gnomes, and then I'll take off in pursuit.
All right. Um, what is your dog's? What would be your dog's?
Tracking ability?
Yeah, I guess that would be your.
Should have scent. So
Yeah, he's got scent, and his tracking survival ability is a +5 when using scent. Let's see, based on wisdom, so he'd have like a 6.
Okay, why don't you roll up for your dog?
Nice rolls.
Man, they're rolling pretty good.
Yeah, when it comes
So-
to tracking, I guess.
Your dog seems to think that he smells goblins and maybe some hobgoblins from the scents. The scent of the horses and stuff like that are pretty strong, though.
Oh, that would be cool. I'd love to kill some hobgoblins. Okay, yeah, I'm off in pursuit.
So just a brief thing talking about goblins and hobgoblins. As you guys know, the world map right here, the pink lines indicate the boundaries of the territories that each of the territories own. Right now, you're in Alhamor, which is primarily right now in the plains area. It's mostly human, but in the forest area, it's mostly elven, with halflings mixed amongst them. The territory to your left, Tromso, is primarily only human, and they're fairly aggressive humans. But the reason why I'm mentioning all of this right now is Yarlon, which is a little northwest up in the mountains. That area is primarily goblin and hobgoblin territory. So, just FYI. All right, so you hop on your dog and you go towards town.
Yeah.
Right.
But we're not going at a sprint. We're tracking.
Yep. Okay, so you end up reaching town just before dusk, and it's starting to rain outside. You're kind of fearing that the rain's going to mess up with your tracking ability in the morning. In the town is fairly sized, about the largest that you'll end up finding in this area. There is a inn. There is an inn. Most of the shops have closed, hence it being dusk. And it's, again, raining, so you might want to seek some shelter before you start to get sick.
What's the vegetation like around here?
Right now you're in the plains area, mostly just fairly just rolling hills of grass, some trees, bushes, but it's not nearly foresty. To the south and southeast is a larger forest.
That's what I was afraid of.
So the tracks that you are following, though, originated from the west of the town, going towards the town.
How far away am I from the town again?
Just a day, just a half day. So, um, getting on your dog, you reach it by the before nightfall.
Then I guess I'll just seek shelter there and keep my hood over my head until then.
All right. So, as I said, there's a couple inns in town. Um, the best looking inn for the money is looks like it's fairly packed of people. Um, but and again, the shops are closed because it's now night. So what do you want to do?
Did you want to get ice in here?
He'll come along.
Okay, that's fine. It was something that had been put into story earlier. That's fine.
Yep.
The DM god changed our paths. That's fine.
Well, you guys were going back and forth, so
Well, yeah, I did finally write that into my backstory, but it's not a big deal.
I don't have any problems coming in through the gates.
nope.
Are they guarded at all?
There's some militia and stuff like that, but it's mostly just to keep the people out that look like they're going to cause trouble.
And they didn't give me a second look?
No, the place that you're in right now, they're fairly open to most of the standard humanoid races, including having a dog.
Yeah, I wouldn't be riding the dog through the gates. I'll be walking by then.
So you got your choice of taverns and inns to go to. You can look around the city if you want. There's again, it's nighttime, so most of the places are closed. But there's seems to be a government building, being that this is the capital of the territory that you're in. There's also a couple smithies, a library, those kinds of things.
Only concerned about one thing. I'll start making a circle and keep asking my dog, Goblin? Goblin? I'll see if I pick up anything.
Yep. Yeah, you don't pick up any goblins in the city limits.
Well, when I get tired enough, I'll pick an inn.
You want the busy one that's average, or you want the more expensive or the low budget one?
Probably low budget.
So you go into the inn.
Microphone activated.
You don't really notice too many people in the inn. Most of the people that are in the inn are either drunk or hiding in the shadows of corners of the rooms and stuff, trying to keep their peace. There is a fat human woman behind the the desk and asks what you want.
Yeah, before I go in, I tell my dog to stay outside.
Your dog looks at you mopingly, being that it's raining outside.
Toughen up. I'm just as wet. Anyway, so I'll go in and ask how much for a room.
Says it'd be 5 gold for a room. Fortunately, the kitchen doesn't work right now. Had a small fire the other day, but you can go down the inn down the way, and they'll cook you up something.
Okay, I will go into my whiny, I'm a poor little girl act. 5 gold?
We have to make some money here. I mean, look at my kitchen; it's burned to cinders and stuff. We need to repair it. If that's
Okay. I'm sorry for wasting your time. I'll go
you
back
don't-
out in the rain.
if you don't want to pay it, then get out of here.
I'm out. I'll go try someplace else.
What place do you try now?
I guess the rowdy place.
All right. You go into the rowdy place, and it's fairly packed. You notice a gnome that you know up on a table singing with a mug of beer in one hand.
I'll go in and stand in the corner and wait until he's done with the set. And then I'll go up and speak to him.
He's going on and on and on, and he finishes one mug of beer, and then he just gets it refilled again, and then continues. Occasionally there's some human waitress that joins in for the woman parts of songs and stuff like that, and whatnot. But he seems to be slowing down and slurring more now because he's been drinking so much. So he might be a little bit more wild.
Okay, I'll sigh in disapproval and then I'll go up to the bartender, I guess. If there is such a thing.
Yep, there's a bartender. He's a fairly jolly guy. He's pretty good at his job. He's serving all the drinks, even with the bar as full as it is. He says, "What you want? You want a drink? You want food? You want stay?" Or
Hi, I'm Mook's special friend.
oh, you know
And I
Zoot.
motion towards Zook.
You know Zoot, huh?
Oh, yes. Yes, we know each other very well. And I wink at him.
You know, he's
Microphone
not
muted.
really good the singer when he's not drunk, but when he gets a couple in him, he sounds pretty good after a while.
Well, I'd like to surprise him. I just got into town. Where is he staying?
Oh, he's staying upstairs. You want a room next to him?
I'd really like to get into his room. And I wink again.
His room, eh? How do you know him again?
We're from the same village. I think I was his first.
Really? Is that from Lord of the Rings or?
Yep.
Microphone
I
activated.
can only think the looks you're
I'm
getting
playing
right
it on
now.
my phone.
People at Burger King are happy. So he says, well, yeah, he doesn't really have much possessions anyways, so he says it's room 14 up above. Just go a couple down the hall after you get on the second floor, and you'll see it.
Thank you.
Your dog's outside still, right?
Yes, but not for long.
All right. So, I'm guessing you go up there to retire, or what do you do?
I go get my dog, and we'll both go up there to retire. We'll just try and stay behind people as we make our way up.
Kind
I want
of
the
dog is
bartender
it,
to see the
did you
dog.
say?
Yeah, let me see what.
I mean, it's a riding dog, but
Yeah, the bartender sees your dog. And he tells you, sorry, the dog needs to stay out by the stable.
You have a stable?
Yeah, that's where we keep all of our horses.
How do I get to it?
Just across the street.
Okay, I'll take him over there. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, inside I'm cursing up a storm, of course.
Yeah. So the still raining outside, getting a little bit more heavy and stuff. It's pretty dark now. Just the lights from the inn and other street lights and stuff are just lighting the way and stuff. But you do see the stable ahead of you. Stable has about 4 horses in there right now. Looks like it can hold about 6. You go in there and you notice that one of the horses isn't a horse. It's a centaur.
Oh. Hello. Is he awake?
what time is it? Is it like late? If I'm late, I'm probably asleep. Or is it just afternoon?
If it's just afternoon, you probably wouldn't be in the stables.
Well, I'm setting up a little. I'm not really in the stable. I would say I'd be outside with a tarp propped up against the wall with 2 poles holding it up. But the smell, you know. But anyway, yeah. Well, how? How are you? Little gnome. Uh, Dung, maybe?
You're not there, recluse. You can't interact.
It would smell much better outside.
Hello. It's a bit of a surprise to see you in this town.
Yes, I was driven to this. I need to find a cure for my mother, and the humans seem to be the only ones who would know anything about it. At least our centaur elders could not do anything for the disease.
Does this disease have a name?
None that we know. The most powerful curatives we could find had no effect on it.
Were you also thrown out of the inn?
I look at my large posterior and I say, I tend to think that I'd be better out here. I would tend to knock a few things over, if you know what I mean. If I could even get through the door. That's a question as well.
I can only imagine.
So what brings you to the stables? They throw you out?
They wouldn't let my dog in. He has to stay out here.
I look down at the dog.
The dog who's
Probably
probably
about
taller than
ankle
Ruth.
height to me, or knee height to me. How tall is Ruth?
She's 3.5 feet tall.
Oh yeah, I'm well over twice as tall. Oh, I'm 7'2". So. Well, you're welcome to stay under my tarp if you wish. It's quite large enough for two.
I have
unless
to
you
go
prefer the
back
smell.
in.
Oh, okay. Or your dog can stay. Fine. I'll keep him company.
Well, that is very kind of you. Thank you. I'll probably be back out later. I don't think I'll be staying inside the inn. I just need to talk to someone.
Fine. I'll be here for tonight anyway.
So, what do centaurs eat?
Human food, I would assume.
Okay.
Because they have human mouths.
Or dogs. Alright.
So I'll tell Huan to stay and guard, and then I'll head on up to Zook's room.
Alright. Zook is now slumping over, but still standing on the table with his mug of beer, still singing.
Perhaps I won't go up to the room quite yet. I think I'll wait around just a little bit longer for him to slump enough for me to escort him up to his room.
Alright. So they're sitting there and stuff. You want to order a drink, look around, talk to people.
Oh, I'll be looking around, but I don't know if I'll be talking to him quite yet.
Alright. Well, you notice, well, the place is fairly packed and everything like that, but there's a guy that looks like a wizard, has a little Pikachu on his shoulder, and he's clapping along with Zook constantly, just enjoying the music that the bard is singing. There's also a lady that's in the far corner and everything that seems to be eyeing the crowd. You take note that you might want to watch out for any pickpocketers in this dense amount of people. And there's also a dwarf who's slumped over on the table. He's mumbling about something about the desert and shit, but you can't really understand what the hell he's talking about. barmaid is going around. She seems to be getting a lot of tips, doing a lot of work. Again, the barkeeper is keeping up pace and getting all the orders in on time. It's around now 10 o'clock at night. Zook has finally zonked and fallen over and is now on the table snoring with his mug of beer still in his hand.
Well, in that case, I'll take the mug out of his hand, and we'll see if I can drag him.
All right.
On your feet,
You,
Zook. Come on.
He looks at you and he thinks he realizes who you are, and he allows you to carry him to the room.
Well, I will lay him on his bed and tell him, all right, we've got to talk. I'll wait for the morning, though, and just let him collapse.
Do you feel like collapsing nice?
Why not?
That would depend where he's collapsing. On the bed is one thing, on the floor is another.
Yeah, she said on the bed, so I'll accept that.
Does this room have a window?
Yep.
What does it overlook?
There's a small little overhang roof, and that is about 15 feet off the ground. And you see the stable nearby.
Can I open the window?
Yep.
I'll open the window and whistle. Try and get the dog's attention.
You see your dog pop his head up and look around, and then spots you in the window.
I give the motion to stay, but at least now he knows where I am.
And just settles down and puts his head back down on the ground and just is still looking at you.
In the rain.
Well,
No,
he's
he's under my tarp.
Oh.
he's under the tarp.
And I guess I'll settle down for the night.
An image of the dog coming out of the window, just laying down in the mud in the rain, going, "Oh, why can't I come up?"
Gnawing on the piece of bread I gave it.
So, all right, morning arrives. It's a pretty clear day outside.
I approach the inn window, and I inquire about what they would or what. Oh, what have you for breakfast today?
Does the
I'm
kitchen
assuming
have a
there's
window?
a window to the common room. But
They're serving
Microphone
some
muted.
eggs, and, some
Microphone
chicken.
activated.
I buy some to eat outside. How much does it cost?
5 silver.
All right, I pay them, and I return outside to eat it.
Is it still raining?
No, it's a clear day.
After breakfast, I pack my tarp and stuff up, and stow it in my saddlebags on my rump.
Yes. Alton will come down to breakfast as well. He will sit in the corner and eat. I guess you said there were eggs. Did I miss eggs? I heard the chicken.
Yeah, there's
Eggs and chicken.
Okay. He will eat eggs while perusing several manuscripts. While Teto sits on his shoulder and nibbles on an egg as well.
All right.
Chicken and pre-chicken. Alrighty. Well,
You-
Ruth will come downstairs and ask for a pitcher of water for Zook.
Okay, how much were the eggs?
It's 5 silver. Yeah, the question is, will Ruth allow you to sleep in?
That was what the Oh God was about.
The answer would be no.
Not a good way to start a relationship.
The other question is who's in the room next door?
So they give me a
6
pitcher of
a.m.
water.
in the morning. Zook, how you doing?
Yeah.
Well, I'll go back up and try to politely wake Zook up. Okay,
Yeah.
Zook, time to get up.
All right.
Shake him.
Here,
drink this.
Huh? Oh, what?
Come on, drink some more. Or wear it. I don't care.
Oh. What happened? Jeez. Hey, who are you? What are you doing in my room?
I'm Melia from insert gnome village name here.
Love the ad lib there.
You
Oh,
might
okay.
remember playing there just a couple days ago.
Yeah, that was a fun village. What brings you into town? As I stumble around looking for some powder that might help alleviate this headache.
Oh, I'm here to kill the people that just destroyed it.
What? Destroyed it? It was what? It was fine. What happened?
People came in, rode in, and killed most everyone there. I've tracked them back this far. I believe they're mostly goblins and hobgoblins.
Ooh. Goblins, you say? I hate goblins. Well, those that cause trouble like this anyway. No fun. What? I'm very sorry about the village. That was a fun place. I had many good songs there that night.
So you haven't had any hints of goblin activity around here?
Not that I'm aware of, but I've mainly been in the inn the past day or two since I left your village. I mean, I had some fun last night, but evidently more than I remember. Do you know where they went, by any chance, other than here? Because I haven't seen any here.
No. But I think I'll go back out and try and find their tracks again. But
Well-
between the rain and whatever might have happened last night, I don't have very high hopes.
Ah, yes, I agree. Well, I'm not much of a tracker myself, but if you find a clue, I'm going to be in the inn for a few more days at least. Come back. Maybe I can help you help you with this. I hate the village got destroyed, and any chance to kill these type of creatures is always welcome.
Do you know anyone here in town very well?
No, I really just arrived, like I said, yesterday or the day before at most. Trying to remember which day it is after last night, but anyway, yeah, I just arrived myself. I've met the innkeeper naturally, and he seems a fine fellow, but he might be able to help. He might know something. I can inquire with him after I get my head on straight here.
Please do. Drink more water, and then I leave.
All right. So you go downstairs and you notice the guy with the Pikachu is in the corner eating some eggs, and looks like the dwarf is still drunk, sleeping on the table.
I think I came down for breakfast too.
All right. You see a lady who you were earmarking as a possible threat to your pocket last night come down the stairs. She seems to be moving slowly and cautiously.
Part of me wants to go make sure that the dwarf's alright if he's been there all night, but being as he's not here to interact with.
I'll go out and check on Huan, but I want to keep glancing at that woman's direction, getting some ideas.
She watches you get up from your seat and exit, but then diverts her attention to the Pikachu owner.
Well, being as I am currently engrossed in reading scrolls and tomes, I doubt I would notice.
And your dog survived the night. The centaur is by his side still, munching on breakfast.
Morning.
But yes, your companion was quite a good fellow last night. Didn't see you feed him any, so I gave him a bit of chicken and bread.
Thank you very much. I was about to give him some rabbit. And I give him some rabbit meat for my pack.
At this point, I've already packed up all my tarp and whatnot.
Pardon me.
What?
In your travels, have you noticed any goblin activity around here?
Goblins are very active in this area. I see them often, but I couldn't follow their tracks to let you know because I do not have those skills. Slaying them, yes. Tracking them, not so much. Now, if I did happen to see one, I could catch it because I'm quite fast. But
That almost came through as I'm quite fat.
Yeah,
I am quite fat too, weight-wise. But
Well, if you see a big with them dragging along a group of gnomes in chains, Could you tell someone, please?
Yes, I could do such a thing.
You hear something behind you.
Behind me, or what?
Behind Ruth. Ruth hears something.
Slowly turn my head around.
There's a black ninja staring at you.
I do
And
I'll
not
raise
wear
an
those
eyebrow.
clothes.
And she
during the
heard him?
day.
He said, yeah, he said he doesn't wear his ninja clothes during the day.
Alright, you're wearing whatever clothes that you wear during the day. He seems to be interested in the word slave.
Am I
People
literally
in
just
chains, you
standing
mean?
there, or am I just kind of, you know?
You dropped in and you're listening to their conversation.
What do you mean dropped it? Like
You're being very rude, really. You're dropping in on somebody's conversation. Just hanging around, listening.
I walk on by, like I go around the nearest corner, but I am still listening.
He goes around the corner, presses his back to the wall, and listens.
Turns out it was the actual corner to the street. He didn't notice. Now he's
Wait,
looking
wait,
very
you
suspicious.
The visitor looks at, or Arthur looks at you. Wait, slaves? Why would they have slaves? I've seen many hobgoblins and goblins, but they never have slaves. Dot, dot, dot. What has occurred that they would get slaves?
That didn't even occur to me.
Because if there are slaves, we need to beat the hobgoblins and rescue them. He looks at you confidently.
I will raise an eyebrow, as if to say, duh.
I
That
guess
did occur to me.
I'm Recluse Ed is walking by. Do I have to do a listen check too to overhear this conversation?
Unless you get a really good score, I don't think you're going to hear it across the street.
Well, I'm walking to the stables, so I'm walking kind of right to them.
Okay. Why would you be walking towards the stables?
Check on my horse. You didn't see my text there. Come outside
Oh.
to check on my horse in the stable.
Okay.
Do I overhear or do I do listen?
Yeah, roll a listen.
I hear shit.
You hear what sounds like the centaur saying that he's fat.
Okay. You're not fat. You're not fat at all. You're just big boned. It's my in-character voice, FYI.
I had been saying to myself, please don't let that be his in-character voice. Please don't let that be his in-character voice.
Really?
I don't think it's so bad.
Fat? I'm not. Yeah, so I'm not fat. I am quite heavy though, but that's just. There's all bone structure. It's fine.
Yes, that's what I said, love. What are you two talking about out here?
Killing goblins.
Oh, goblins, you say? I haven't done a lot of killing of those. Do they have any treasure with them?
Sounds like they have slaves with them, by the sound of it.
Ah, slaves.
They
Slaves.
usually have a small amount of treasure with them as well. Very small for most goblins, but a few trinkets.
I see. Well, if you need any help, I'll be here at the end.
don't you roll a hide star?
Well, they literally can't see me though. Like I am on the outside. Like they're on the inside of the stables, aren't they not? I'm on the other side of the wall.
No, we're outside the stables.
Because I was set up on the edge of the building, basically. So
Wherever you are, I am on the opposite
Okay.
end of the stables. Like
Still, roll me a hide.
well, I am not.
Around
Like,
the corner or something.
I'm not actually hiding like in shadows or anything. I am literally just on the other side of the building, leaning up against it, where they cannot see me. I'm not hiding from people on the other side of the building who can see me. I said I walked around that corner and left. So I literally kept walking and went around the other side of the building. If you want me to roll, sure, but it's just it kind of defeats the purpose of explaining where you're going. I'm not just kind of out in the middle of the street.
Yeah, why don't you roll something?
I will roll a move silently, because even though they wouldn't be able to see me, they could potentially hear me moving back there.
Technically, if you're trying to hide around a corner, it's still hide. That's normally how you use a hide check until you get hide.
But
sight.
you're not supposed to hide when you're not in visual range of somebody. That's my point.
You
Like,
are
I
in
literally-
visual range of some people.
The hide check represents
Not the people that I am attempting to remain inconspicuous from, though.
Yep. That's why I need you to roll a hide.
see whether or not Alton looks out the window and sees you.
25.
All right.
I just disappear from the people on the street that I am not trying to hide from. I'm literally just leaning up against this wall, and people don't see me, like out in broad daylight.
Your cloak shifts colors to match the brown wood.
I needed you to roll that because to not look conspicuous of I'm standing next to a wall, trying to listen to somebody.
Okay, well that's fine.
Probably a quite smelly wall.
I wouldn't say your typical in-wall is smelly.
Your stables are though. But anyway,
So, so I guess the three of you and the dog are outside talking. McLeod is inside eating his eggs and reading his books.
I have a
Ice
feeling.
is upstairs trying to get better.
I have a feeling I may have trouble getting actually tied into this party. Everybody else knows each other but me, and Hythos has collapsed.
They'll need a wizard for something.
So what you three do?
I introduce myself as well, and I then say that I'm going to check on my horse and then go back inside the inn, but feel free to come in and get me whenever they want.
So that was Red that just went in the stable?
Yeah.
That's how you introduced yourself? As Red?
No, I introduced myself as Reckless Head. My friends call me Red. You're not yet my friend.
Yep, that makes sense.
All right. So what the two of you do now?
the two of like Ruth and Arthur.
Yep.
So, slaves. Do they have slaves here?
No, they don't.
Oh, I was asking
Slave.
Arthur.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't know either, so that's why I'm just saying. The
Right,
slaves
he
are
might not
pretty
know either.
much slaves are pretty much illegal in most of the.
Well, did you say the hobgoblins had slaves? That's why I was going to go help fight them.
It's known that hobgoblins and goblins usually enslave people and everything for their mining purposes and whatnot. But as far as this region that you're in, it's illegal to have slaves as well as.
Well, yeah, that's why I was going to go help
Yeah.
rescue them. So.
Yeah.
Well, I must go speak with the. What will be the leader of this town? The villagers, is it like an elder or a council? What would this village have?
Yeah,
Do you know anything about this
It's
village?
the government seat.
No, I don't know much
Well-
about this place at all.
I'm going to seek audience with them.
Okay, I give a very brief
Right.
smirk. Very brief. And then go, well, I'm sure they will be glad to listen to a centaur and a gnome.
Well, I'm going to go there later today. I need to inquire about a cure and where one might be found. At least get a start. As I said, the disease resists even our druids' tendings.
Yes, I wish I had knowledge of diseases, but I hadn't learned much yet.
All right, so
And
someone
our
else-
village druid has recently passed away.
sorry to hear that. Druids are always one with the land. And usually quite knowledgeable. Alright, so if nobody else is doing anything, I'm going to progress toward the
I'll do
council
something in the end.
chamber or whatever
What?
large building lies in the center of town.
What size town is this? Like,
I don't
how
know.
many people? How many exits?
We'll say a couple thousand. It's a fairly large city.
Oh,
They're just
okay.
a couple main gates.
There's a main gate on every side of the city.
Okay.
It's not really walled off. It's secured enough, but it's not really physical walls.
Right. Well, I will be following the centaur since he seems to be the easiest to follow in an urban environment.
Oh yes, I'm
And I'll-
probably well over 2 foot taller than everybody else.
Yeah.
So,
I'll just be following from a distance.
aside from the clip clops.
All right. What do you do, Ruth?
I'm tagging along.
All right.
Can we do a meanwhile in the inn?
Yeah.
That's what I was
Uh,
letting
ice-
people do. But
You still drunk, or are you wanting to come on down?
Yeah, I've gathered myself together enough to come down by now, I guess. Ask the innkeeper for some breakfast and coffee, assuming they have such a device this time.
Zook,
And
you sang a lot last night and drank a lot last night. Thanks.
yeah, it was a rather entertaining evening, although some of it doesn't come back.
Yeah.
What's for breakfast this morning?
Eggs or chicken? or both.
Isn't that the same thing?
Yes.
Boy. Okay, I mumble something in Gnomish and then go ahead and get some chicken and eggs and inquire about some coffee or other strong caffeinated type of drink.
All right. He hands you a glass of coffee and a plate. You notice the wizard that was paying much attention to you last night is now reading some books over in the corner, and a lady wearing some tight clothes comes back in through through the front door.
Well, after I'm finished eating, I inquire with the barkeep if he has heard or seen anything of the goblins that I forgot what name she gave me, but I know she didn't give me Ruth. Anyway, as to what the other gnome mentioned with sorry. Basically, ask him if he has heard anything about goblin attacks at any villages or seen any recently that with any captives, since I've known him for a few days now.
Says
Do
he
I ever
hasn't.
hear?
You can roll listen.
Yeah, I'm not exactly trying to be quiet about my asking. I see no reason not to be. There's no goblins in here.
Much better.
Yeah, that's nice. You would have heard even a whisper.
It says, no, I haven't seen any goblins in town.
Or heard any rumors.
Uh-oh. I lives in Bunko.
Bunko?
Cutting out a little Bunko.
Just
By a little, he
Yeah.
means a lot.
Like tons, Bunko.
we can see you're talking, but it's like did, 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 did.
Yeah, it's like Morse
User
code,
in your
dude.
channel timed
Uh-oh.
out.
Oh,
We lost
no.
Bunko.
Session must be
boy.
paused for a few
Dumb,
minutes.
dumb,
Yes.
dumb.
We go to the bank.
Well,
Rob
guys,
it,
I
take all
guess
the
it's
money.
break time then, right?
Everybody
Is
get
that-
thousands of gold and put
Yes.
it into your inventory.
We now have made enemies with like the local lords.
User entered your channel.
There he is.
He's back.
Just kidding.
You made it?
Anyway, what were you saying, Bunko?
You entered Morse code mode there for a minute.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, looks like I disconnected.
Yeah, the
Back
last I
now.
said was I asked him if he had heard any rumors or anything.
And then we couldn't hear what you said.
Right.
There's said that there wasn't any real words of goblins that were around here or anything like that, but there was a party that was coming through that camped outside of town and everything. That's the only thing that he really knows of. And the reason why he knows about this is there was some guy in a black cloak that came in here that was staying upstairs. I think his name was Goda. The wizard then perks up, and he realizes that he recognizes that name from one of his books that he had issues with in his past.
Ooh, Goda, you say. I make a mental note. And did Goda mention or anyone notice which direction he took off at?
No, he was going towards I think it was going towards the east, but we're in the middle of the city, so he could have went anywhere.
You say
I was referring to the which directions the goblins left. I meant.
Oh, well, he just knows that they were out on the outskirts of town.
Okay.
He doesn't know which direction.
Okay. Well, I thank him and offer him a small amount in for his troubles, and if he knows anything else, he'll be to please let me know.
Well, certainly, I'll let you know. But why do you seek this fellow, Bunko? How do I know this guy? You say it was I know it from a book or something?
Yeah, but I'm talking to the barkeep right now.
Oh, well, I thought you were asking who, but I don't know.
No, I'm still talking to the barkeeps, right, Bunko?
I remember something about
Yeah.
talking to me about some guy, but I don't.
Your ears perked up, is what they said.
Oh.
Yeah, you recognized the name as one of names that was in your dark book that you were playing with in your backstory.
Okay. Okay. In what way?
It was one of the characters that was mentioned that was in the book that you were reading about.
Okay. What manner of character?
You recall that he might have been a wizard of some kind, dealing with dark arts, being the whole book was about dark arts.
Not particularly the way I described it, but okay, I'll roll with it. I'm gonna perk up and say, Gota! Well, I might be familiar with one by that name.
I turn and say, "Oh, really? How did you know?"
Fries are done.
Since you put yourself into my conversation. Yes, the fries are burning.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Hey, y'all should just be glad I showed.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. Trust me. If I had to go to McDonald's and roleplay, I probably wouldn't have.
Trust me, this is preferable to where I was. Go ahead.
Gota. He's a figure of some dark arts. I am familiar with him from my studies.
You wouldn't know
Not
where
that
I
I
could.
study dark arts, mind you. It's just that I read a great many books. One must take in all aspects if one is to know all.
You wouldn't know where I could find him by any chance, would you?
Do I know any idea where I could find this guy, Bunko?
No.
No. I've only
Okay.
read of him. I do not know where he currently is. I do not know if he's even still alive.
Okay. Well, according to the barkeep, he's definitely still alive. By the way, I noticed you seemed to be enjoying yourself last night.
It is wonderful company. Usually I stick with the books, but last night there's just something about the environment that I just had to partake.
Oh, glad you enjoyed it. It's not
very-
often a wizard enjoys himself in these locations, so it's pleasant to see.
It was very odd. I did not normally do that kind of thing.
Well, I don't normally partake as heavily as I did last night myself, but it was an interesting night, to say the least. I still don't know how I got up to my room, but was glad to find myself in my bed and not on the floor, or passed out like our friend over there.
Yes, I do
Is he
think...
okay, by the way?
No, I intend to check on him, but I don't know. Some people are just that way, you know. They get drunk, and this would be maybe it's typical for him.
Yeah, I've had friends that way in the past. Dwarves like their ale.
Usually they take it a bit better, though. He must have drank a very copious amount.
Recluses come over to you too, and decides to pipe in. Ah, minstrel, I heard you mention the goblins. I heard somebody talking about that outside as well.
Oh,
Oh,
goblins,
really?
you say? I may know of a few around here. At least I think I do. I rolled a 22. Do I know of any goblin villages nearby?
Just that territory to the northwest. The Yallerin.
Yollerin. Is that a territory on the map? Oh,
Yeah.
up there. Okay, I see it.
Ah,
Up in the
I
mountains.
know something.
Is that a like a desert we have to cross, or is it like a hilly area?
That's a desert. If you're going directly there.
Well, it just so happened to be that it was the same gnome that took you up to your room, that minstrel. That was the one who was talking about goblins.
Ah,
I assume you know her.
I guess you're referring to the one that woke me up this morning. Man, I need to find out more about what happened last night. That sounded interesting.
I assumed you two know each other. You just seem
I
that
met
way.
her during my travels. Her village, a few days journey from here, was a performance of mine in the past.
The
Do you-
bartender speaks up.
You're a
and
traveling bard. Then.
She
You,
said. She
Huh?
said she knew you.
Well, I met her when in my last town. Like I said, we had a performance, and she was there. And pleasant enough little gnome.
She said.
I'm sure
she
one in your
said it-
profession knows a great many little gnomes.
She said she was your first.
My
Or her
first fan.
first. I don't
have
know.
many
She just said
fans.
first.
I have many fans. I've traveled for 40, 50 years over these lands. I'm sure many people like my music, or I wouldn't be welcomed back.
That must have been what she was talking about.
Well, nothing. No, to my knowledge, no harm came of it. So glad to know. And she did get me to my bed instead of from one of these hard tables. So all in all, no harm done. I will be sure and inquire with her if anything else happened I need to know about. But anyway, and I on a side note, I searched my own knowledge for the local area, and I rolled a bardic knowledge check. Do I remember anything, Bunko?
You just know, like
You got,
like I was
you got
telling
a
you,
nat 20.
the
God, Dave.
just what the races around here are, and what kind of songs they like and interests they have.
That's it? Wow, from a nat 20? Okay.
Is it sad if
I know-
I have a plus 10 with only a 1 rank in that knowledge skill?
It's bardic knowledge is default knowledge, so I get that automatically.
Yep, you do.
And then the intelligence score only gave me a +1, so I hadn't thrown anything into it. Anyway,
Recluse looks out the window and he doesn't see the gnome and the centaur anymore.
Oh, the rat. It looks like they all ran away.
well, she knows where to find me. I made it clear to her. There's some dealing she's had issue with. I don't know what you know, so I'm not going to share her knowledge. That's her private business.
I mentioned they could come and see me too if they wanted any help, but if they already set off, then we might not see them again.
Well, it's her choice. I told her if she wanted my help. I have many things to do, and if villages she doesn't need my help, then other villages will gladly hear my songs. But I told her where to find me. She seemed interested, so probably we'll be back.
You guys sit back down and do what you were doing before, or
Well, being as we really don't know what they were often doing, yeah, I assume I'll sit back down and peruse my text.
all right?
I introduced myself to both of them. My name is Riku Set, by the way.
Oh, and what do you do? I saw you were here at the party last night as well.
Ah, I'm off to search for plunder and other various adventures.
Ah, so you're a traveling adventurer then, like many of
That's-
us here.
That's correct. Who?
Riku, Final Fantasy X.
The way you say it, it sounds like Riku Set.
But her last name wasn't Set in
Ah.
Fantasy X, I don't think.
Oh, my name sounded like Riku Set.
No,
Yep.
he keeps connecting you with Riku. I don't know if you're
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay, gotcha.
No, she is not anywhere at all like your character.
No, just the name.
All right. Well, the people in the inn are getting to know each other. So the other two that are going towards the capital have reached the capital gates. There's a couple guards standing outside the gates. One is looking at the centaur very oddly.
Oddly, as in like looking up at me because I'm a lot taller than him, or as in it like
Like, why is there a centaur in this city, and why is he in front of me?
As in Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
Are you? You are apparently the guard of this building. I wish to talk to the council.
What's your mission? What you want to
We
accomplish
are.
here?
Our village to the east is suffering some sort of disease. I wish to inquire about where one would go in the human lands to discover what could be done about such things. It could not be cured by our local druids.
Do you have the disease
No, I
on
do
you?
not.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
All right. Well, you could talk to the.
For it is
local,
a wasting variety of sickness, and I feel as strong as ever.
All right. Well, you could talk to our priests and see if they know of anything. But I don't think anybody here in the Capitol building is going to be able to assist you. We haven't heard anything, at least, of other breakouts in the area.
A man in a black cloak came to our village probably 2 weeks ago. And since his departure, the disease has started there. He
The
may
other
have
one-
had something to do with it. I
The other
don't know
one-
anything else about him, though.
The other guard says, "Yeah, it sounds like he had something to do with it."
All right. I will go and speak to a priest then. Could you direct me to your local temple, or Temple Street as it may be?
It's that big white building right down the street from here.
All right. Well, I start off that way and bid them good day. Flip clop.
The guy says, "What?"
I start off that way and bid them good day.
Okay.
Then flip flop down the street.
It made the sound of horse feet on cobblestone.
Clip flop. They're like horse hooves on cobblestone.
Is it cobblestone or is it dirt? Do we know?
Yeah, it's cobblestone.
I will stand right in front of the guard that's been overlooking me this whole damn time.
Oh shit!
I will
There
wait.
you are. All right. So, are you with a horsey, or are you on your own business?
The village to the west, a gnome village, has been completely wiped out, and gnome captives have been brought to this city.
One of them kind of smirks and all. Maybe that's a good thing.
And her dog growls.
No, I'm memorizing his face. I'm staring at that guard, and I'm memorizing his face.
He looks at you and he's like, "What? What do you want?"
I would like assistance in hunting down the goblins and hobgoblins that did it. Assuming they didn't have any human helpers.
And the guy says, well, you can probably... And then the other guard interrupts him and all, why should we help you?
I clop back over that way because she is a woman and she is in need, and you will treat her as fairly.
As fairly as what, a horse guy?
Gives him a stern look for someone that's 2 foot taller than him.
The other guard then chimes in and says, look. Temple's down the way, and if you want to talk to our enforcement about this village burning, you can come on in and we can see what we can do.
Ruth, how do you respond?
I'll follow along. Right now I'm just trying to think of a way to gut this guy. But I'll follow along for now.
Okay. Continue on toward the chapel/temple thing.
Alright.
If they continue going that way, I will continue following. Again, from a safe distance. If it's like midday, I will unobtrusively get some lunch or something.
Browse the market stalls.
Yeah, something like that. But I will remember this asshole guard's face.
Alright. So you're following Arthur.
Yeah. Well, technically both of them, but I am keeping an eye out for Arthur, considering he's like a big walking flare, pretty much.
Oh. Arthur's split up. He's going to the church, and
I thought she said she was following him.
I was following
thought
along
so, too.
with the guard who wanted to... It's kind of like filing a report, I guess.
Oh no, I would have. I have sympathy for Arthur, but I am not interested in diseases. What is the entrance to this Capitol building like? Like, are they literally just stopping every single person?
yeah. Some people look like they're being let through because they work there. They're realized as somebody who visits there often. But most of the other people are being stopped and questioned on why they are there.
My dog wasn't stopped, was he?
No, your dog's with you.
As I am assuming Ruth is being led into the building, I will duck behind a stall or into an alley or something, and I will change my outfit from my commoner's clothes to my very exotic but formal kimono, and I will then proceed to the entrance of the Capitol.
All right. You get stopped, and they ask, "What's your business here?"
I am here to report activity of the local vigilante, the one that has been responsible for the killings on the other side of town. I believe I saw him outside my inn room last night. On the
Did you
roof.
take your clothes?
I beg your pardon.
Did you take your clothes? You're wearing a robe here.
This is the traditional outfit from my land, sir.
Oh. You guys all wear robes in your land?
I'm going to roll. Let's see here. Oh, forgot I got rid of that skill. I'm just going to continue, acting like I need to get in here to make a complaint. Or
the other guard just said, ignore him. He's a doofus.
I can tell.
The other the other guard gets a little huffy after you called him a doofus.
I didn't call him doofus. I agreed.
Yeah, well, you agreed, so he got huffy. So he says, so, all right, I guess you can come in and talk to, just follow that gnome there with the dog. They're going to the same place you are.
All right, I act very stern and put a little bit of huff into my stride, like, I've been insulted, but I follow.
As you leave, the quote doofus says, "Man, they must. What happens on windy days?"
I keep walking.
All right. So, Ruth and what's your name?
Yoshiro.
Yoshiro. Both reached the militant wing of the government palace. I don't know if you still want to keep your distance.
I will, walk at a normal pace. I won't, intentionally keep distance. So as she enters the room, I'm obviously going to catch up to her. So I will just enter the room as well. And if there's a waiting area or a chair or something against the wall, that's probably what I will do.
All right.
And I will attempt to listen in to whatever she says.
What do you do, Ruth?
So, who's in this room?
It's you enter a room and there's a couple people behind some desks. They basically have just a normal waiting room kind of environment. A couple benches, a couple people waiting for their number to be called. Yep.
Well, I will go up to whoever seems to be in charge.
All right. It says, what's your business here?
I take a deep breath, and I calmly say, the gnome village to the west has been destroyed by goblins and hobgoblins. They have taken their prisoners here. I'd like assistance in retrieving them and killing off all the goblins and hobgoblins.
How do you know they're goblins? How do you know that? How do you know all of this information?
I tracked them here, and I could smell that they were goblins and hobgoblins.
All right. You can take a number and sit down, and we'll probably get to you in about a half hour.
And what might that accomplish?
Well, you'll talk to somebody that is more in charge than I am. I just make sure that the people that are being served are correctly in their places.
No jumping lines.
Basically, think
How
of your
did you
DMV.
know?
They're serving number 35.
Charm person. Sir, would you graciously let me step here and light? No.
Number 35. Do you mind swap numbers so that I don't stab you in the gut?
I will go up to the counter. I'm assuming that I see the gnome go sit down and wait. And
The gnome will take a number and consider sitting down and waiting. I'm
all
still
right.
deciding.
Well, while you're considering, I will go up and I will say, I need to speak to someone of authority. I have information upon the. I believe you would know him as a vigilante. I saw him outside my in-room window last night, sneaking across the rooftops. I believe he may be after me.
And who is this?
The vigilante. Surely you have heard of him. He is responsible for the deaths on the other side of the city.
We weren't told about any deaths on the other side of the city.
You were now. ...
Okay. You can take a number and you can talk to somebody in about a half hour.
A half hour. I look very perturbed and flustered, but I take one of these numbers and I go and I sit.
All right. So,
And if Ruth is sitting at this point, I will go sit next to her.
Still standing.
That
Next
puts
to
us-
some seats.
I will sit close by, but give you a curt nod.
all right. Arthur, you've reached the temple.
I pretty much go through the same spiel I did with the guard, inquiring about, I'll keep this short. Inquiring about the disease, and where I might go to seek some kind of remedy for it. Mentioning that our druids were not able to cure this, blah 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 blah. Shorten this up a little bit.
All right. So
I was directed to them by the guard at the council gates, etc.
Okay. You're shown their high priest, and he listens to your story. He sounds sad to hear about what has happened and everything like that, but unfortunately, he doesn't have any cure either for what you are describing. Yes. He asks if you can give any other details about this man in black that you think has caused this disease.
He arrived at our village about 2 weeks ago. He stayed for a night or two, and when he departed, people started falling sick. As far as the physical description, he always wore the black cloak. I don't know much. I did not deal with him directly.
Did you ever notice, if he was human, elf, what race that he might be?
He could have been human or elf. He was. They are of like size. Definitely. Well, as far as I say, so 4 to 5 feet tall. Like,
Are we sure it's a he? Do we know that?
we do know it was a he. He did speak with a male voice. So. He always kept his face hidden. So. I did not see his ears. I could not tell you if he was human or elf.
Why did you allow him to be in your encampment, being that he was a stranger? I mean, was he there for a reason?
He merely was staying for a night or two. We didn't want to show him out.
Okay. So
We are the only settlement within miles, so in that area.
You didn't notice any magical nature of this disease, or if this is actually a
Then
physical disease.
it onsets quite quickly in those that it affects, but much more quickly than we would think anything else would. And it doesn't seem to be affected by our druid's abilities or herbs of any kind. We even acquired a cure disease spell at one time from another traveler, and it had no effect either.
Yeah, this is strange. We haven't heard about this disease locally. It's either that this person had focused on your tribe alone, or maybe the disease only affects centaurs. And as you can see, you're the only centaur in this around here. So maybe the disease has gone through, but hasn't affected anybody because of that. I'm sorry that I can't really help you that much. Maybe they know of something in the government building, something about they have better knowings about what's going on in the nearby realms and stuff like that than we do. We're mostly here to just serve the public and the sick.
I see. I will try another town then. And he proceeds out. Back toward the government building.
All right. So both Ruth and Yoshiro both notice that it's now 45 minutes after they have gotten their number, and only about half the people in front of them have been served.
During this waiting period, I'd like to try to strike up a conversation with her.
Alright.
Do you ever sit down, or do you just kind of stand there near the seats pouting?
I was just standing. I kept standing.
All right, well, I will...
And I would have given up on this much before this 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, this would be in the first couple of minutes. I will lean over and I say, apologies for overhearing, but I'm afraid you probably will not get much help here. I kind of gesture to the building.
That would be no surprise.
Yes, the town guard here is most inept. They let crime and corruption run rampant on the streets, and as long as it doesn't directly affect them, they do not care.
Are they part of it?
Some, not all. My name is Yoshiro. I give her a nod. Say, I am not from this land, but I have been staying here for some time, and it's taken some getting used to the strange ways of the officials here.
And then you hear from behind you, "Hi, my name is Nancy."
Okay, I'll look at Nancy.
I agree with you 100%. The guards around here are not very keen on what is going on in this city. My neighbor has lost her cat a couple times, and the guards just don't do anything about it. So I'm here to complain about it.
Yoshiro nods sagely, like this is a very serious matter, and then just kind of ignores the woman and turns back to Ruth. I'm afraid your best bet may be to seek help elsewhere.
Nancy still has my attention.
You have a nice robe. Where do I get one
Nancy?
of those? Yes.
How does she keep losing her cat?
I don't know. That she lets the
Why
cat
hasn't she
out.
eaten it yet?
Well, she lets the cat out, and the cat doesn't come back, and so we usually have to search and call and go around the streets, and eventually we find the cat. But it's like I don't know. Something's scaring the cat.
Where do you live?
I live just down the street next to one of the inn,
Which inn?
the small inn.
Would that be the cheap inn I tried first?
Yes. I can make up a name, but it's going to be ridiculous.
I turn to Ruth, seeing that she obviously does not understand the significance of keeping a cat as a pet, and I say the people here have strange ways. I have learned, and they keep the small felines as pets.
Yeah,
Not
but
as-
that's a
not
nice
as
that's a
food.
nice doggy. He's a nice doggy. He's been hasn't made a single peep since he came into the building.
Is the dog in here with us?
Yes. Yoshiro? I am Ruth. Do you know how much it costs for a night at whatever the inn that was boisterous that we spent the night at?
I look up to the ceiling and await Bunko's response.
What was the question again?
How much is it a night to stay there?
At the inn that you stayed at?
Yeah.
3 gold.
Jesus, that's expensive.
Not as expensive as it is at that other place. And I leave.
She just totally ignores the comment. Okay, yeah. Don't try to work the party together or anything. All right. This is why Yoshiro works alone. After a minute, he gets up and he leaves.
Bye. Tell your little friend bye too. She got up rather quickly, so I hope I didn't hurt his feelings or anything.
I just keep walking. That's it.
All right.
That was my team building effort of the day.
So as Ruth is you're exiting the capital, the government.
Yeah,
grounds?
I'm exiting the Capitol building. I'm going to look for Arthur.
All right, you bump into Arthur, just outside the.
Clip-clopping back the other way from the
Yeah.
temple.
So you meet him just outside of the guard gate.
Oh, hello, small one.
Hello, big one.
It appears the humans here would not be helping me with my journey. I shall try another town.
The humans here are not helping me with hunting down the goblins, but I want to try someplace else in town.
Do you need assistance? I could accompany you. I have nothing else to do here.
I would not mind somebody big and intimidating to help me. So, please do.
Shiro walks past. Alright, well, I guess I'm accompanying Ruth.
As
Roll a
Yoshiro walks
spot
past, I want to ask him something.
Well,
Yoshiro?
that was what the hide check was for. I don't know if a 17 is enough to get me
Oh, I didn't
out
see
of
that.
there
I'm
without
still
her
trying to get
seeing.
my. I lost my
It's
chat.
opposed by spot, so if they don't roll it, then it's just their passive spot, which is
Yeah,
usually
I
10
am
plus
just
their
trying
score.
to remain unnoticed by Ruth because he would assume that she might think that it would be unusual for him to leave as well.
Roof's passive spot would hit you.
What? There's a passive spot score?
If they
Some-
don't roll it, it's
Some
into
DMs
10.
do that. It's usually
Wow.
just take 10.
I
All right,
would
well,
just
she
assume
can
that Yoshiro
Answer.
gave
she
up
can
on
ask me a
them
question.
like I did.
Yeah, well, that would be my excuse. I'd be leaving in a huff. But all right, what's your question?
Yoshiro, if the guards are no use in this town, who is?
I look a little bit startled, like I wasn't expecting to see you there. Oh, hello again, Ruth. And I look up at the centaur, large horseman.
Hello,
Uh,
sir.
I give a very curt bow. As I was in there to complain about him, he well, there is this figure in town. He doesn't really have a name. He is not very well loved by the guard, however.
Does he wear a black cloak?
He does wear black, but not a cloak. I don't think. I believe I saw him on my roof, but it is said that he helps those in need. I do not know.
This would not be the person I'm thinking of then. Yes. I have not seen him myself.
It says he prowls the city at night. Perhaps he will help you, but I know of no way to contact him.
Well, if we see him at night, maybe we'll ask. In the meantime, I've got another friend I can ask. Yoshiro? If I were to say that, alright, inn number 1, we'll say, is the rowdy inn, okay? And inn number 2 will be the seedy thing. If I were to say that inn number 1 was almost half as cheap as inn number 2, what would you say to that?
I would be very confused by the prices in this town because they do not adhere to the standard D&D rulebook. However, I would reply that I simply stay at the nicer inn.
Or could it be that inn number 2, which scares off cats, is just trying to chase off particular customers?
Oh, I don't know what you mean. I
By
mean,
being more expensive than higher quality inns?
why would anyone wish to do this?
I think we should ask. And then I walk off. I'm heading back to inn number 1. I'm going to go try and find Zook. If they want to follow, they can.
Inn
Yoshiro
number
just
one
gives,
is
like,
the inn
the-
nobody was at, right? You went to that one first, and then this is...
He's calling in number 1 is the one you guys are at right now.
The average inn.
Yoshiro just kind of gives the standard, like, confused nobleman look and then doesn't follow that you can see. But he does.
From the rooftops.
It depends.
That would be
It's
pretty
still, like,
conspicuous in
midday,
broad
isn't it?
daylight, I think.
I actually changed back into my commoner's outfit when nobody is, within sight, and I will continue my following of the centaur as before.
Well, I'm just making my way back toward the inn to probably stay the night and then head out.
It's worth noting that that's probably a magical item, and you probably don't have the money to buy one.
It is, and it's 500 GP. I checked.
Is that it?
You don't
I thought it
need
was
to.
more than that.
Yeah, it's 500. On with the campaign.
Never mind that.
Right. So the three join, I guess, the other three back at the moderate inn.
Okay, well, I'm going to retcon that I didn't just snub them when they told me their names. He's going to very flamboyantly introduce himself as I am Alton Telemondel Mendicant, Wizard of the East Spire, at least in training. I will, maybe at one time I will be able to join the actual order. This is Teto. I'm familiar, and he dances around my shoulders as I do it. There, now that's retconned.
Nice to meet you both.
The drunk dwarf goes, I'm a high thought from the dark, and then he falls over again.
Ah, seems
over
he's
to him.
alive.
It's alive.
Are you okay there, my dwarf friend? You seem to have been there for quite some time.
He shall be fine. The dwarves have a hardy constitution.
Are
This is
you?
a strange looking
You're
dwarf,
not
though.
there.
He's sleeping.
Oh, I'm not there yet? Okay.
Are you there? I don't think you are.
How are you heading toward the inn? I would think, but oh, never mind. Forget that.
The dwarf goes back to sleep. Now sleeping on the ground.
I didn't hear what you said, Ice Bones. What'd you say?
It's alive.
Oh yeah. Over the music.
And that was a different person. It was an old man that was in here. He looked at me really weird and walked out.
You do have a headset on, right? You're not using.
Yes,
like,
I have a
the-
headset on.
Okay, I just thought you might have like a laptop and using the built-in speakers and the microphone.
Well, I have a laptop, but I'm using a headset. But no, you have to understand something. I'm sitting here in a Burger King with a hoodie on, long hair, beard, and probably around 275.
People look at you and go, okay.
Bunko's seen my tech videos. He knows more what I look like, but thankfully my hair is sold back. And I'm in a rather small town. Oh yes, talking about goblins and magic and dwarves and oh yeah, that's when I said that it's alive. I said it louder than I planned, and this old man that was getting up and leaving kind of stopped and just stared at me for about 10 seconds and then left.
Probably thought you were talking about him.
Probably not smart enough to realize that I'm actually talking to people. Otherwise, it's been a rather uneventful evening here.
All right. So Arthur and the group get back to the inn.
What time of day is it now? It's like
It's
late evening.
It's a little after afternoon.
Alright. Well, I inquire about lunch from the window.
I have a question. How did Teto get recycled?
Because I wanted to.
You couldn't even find a new picture? I mean, come on.
No, I wanted the picture.
He likes that picture.
Okay, fine. Pika Pika.
Oh, he's from Nalsiska, the Valley of the Winds. I wanted my little piece of anime.
That's a very poor considered Tiger's role.
I was going to ask about that. Can you determine if you have not adequately concealed a weapon?
No,
Yeah.
I don't think you can.
Somebody tells you. You
Like,
Like,
there's a
I'd
dagger,
check
you could
If,
try
if
again.
someone else
myself
mentions
before I
they
leave
see
the
it,
room.
but
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how quickly you're trying to conceal it.
Well, I'm taking my time with it. Like, do you even have
guess-
to roll if you're taking your time?
Take 20.
well, if you take 20, you'll have to be concealing it really well. You sit there and conceal forever.
Well, like me, I took a long time leaving my room, so I would assume my daggers are well concealed.
Well, like, what I'm getting at is I am up in my in room concealing my weapons for, like,
If you're not concerned about
several
time,
minutes.
you can take 20, but it takes like 10 times the normal amount of time it would take.
You'd spend
Or
like
if you
5
are,
minutes
you can
concealing
take
one dagger.
10. Yeah, but if if you wanted to spend like half an hour making sure your dagger is concealed perfectly, you could take 20. But still, that's the way I always played it. It's up to Bunko. But
Yeah,
I'm just
there's-
really confused by
there's
how
no-
you treat a failed conceal
Yeah,
roll.
there's nothing
when you can
official about
determine...
that. It's up to the DM whether he wants to allow you to basically
Yeah.
check yourself or not.
How do you want to do that, Bunko? Because this is probably going to be something that I do a lot with my character.
Well, usually you roll it usually you say that you concealed it, and you don't really roll it until you're possibly
by
going
a
to get
guard.
spotted. Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes up, then you roll to see how well did you conceal it. Otherwise, you just sit there and you'd always perfectly conceal it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
All
why
right,
my
well-
character stated he had 2 concealed on him at the
In that
beginning.
case, I just conceal my weapons and head out.
All right. So, what is Arthur doing?
Arthur is at the window, implying or questioning
Oh.
about lunch.
We have chicken.
He gives another 3 gold for some chicken.
Is it the same chicken
Again?
for breakfast?
Same spiel.
Oh, look, they're back.
Do they have roast chicken, battered chicken, broiled chicken, chicken soup?
Soup, you say? I'll have some soup.
I'm at like the window of a drive-through. That's what it looks like.
Yep.
Do they just have everything chicken today? Chicken cordon bleu? Or do we just have, like, cooked chicken?
So, Zook, what are you doing? You're concealing your weapons and coming downstairs?
I did that a long time ago. Remember, I came down, talked to the barkeep, and I'm sitting here with
Recluset.
Recluset and Alton and Tetu. We've just been having common little chit-chats, probably giving what we feel comfortable giving backstories, I would assume, during this time frame.
That seems fine. Reasonable. We get to know each other as fellow adventurers of the road, I guess.
Yeah, not near friends yet, but just acquaintances and interesting parties, at least.
Ruth, what are you doing?
I've reached the inn, apparently. The moderate
Yep.
inn. Okay, I march right in and I'm looking for Zook.
And I'm sitting at a table.
He's
I
at
go
a
right
table.
up to Zook.
All right.
Now,
wants with
before we go any further, correct me if I'm wrong, but you did not give me a Ruth this morning, correct?
Nope, I didn't.
Okay. You realize you didn't tell me anything, and I might hail you by another name.
Yep.
I'm pointing this out to try to give you a chance to hail me first, or whatever. Yes, I'm breaking character, just trying to be helpful here. I see you come in and wave and wanting you to come on over.
No, I go right up to you.
Oh, okay.
I don't even break stride. I see you and go over.
Oh, wow, cool. I say hi and address you, not knowing any better, address you by the name you gave me this morning, which unfortunately I don't remember at the moment. It was noisy in here back then.
That would have been Melia.
Okay. Like I said, it was really noisy when you said that before. I greet you. Hey, Melia. Hi, Melia. How has your search been?
Out of character. did
Zook,
she
are you
introduce-
recovered?
Did she
Quite
introduce
so.
herself to everybody else as Ruth?
I'm
Yeah,
using
I-
Ruth. I don't know if he's been.
Yeah, I'd say quite so. I'm well recovered, but I did address you as Melia and not as Ruth. You can address that if you wish.
So does he address everyone else as Roof, or is it still Melia to everyone else?
Yeah, she's introduced herself as Ruth, I think.
To everyone except for you.
Right. But in front of
Yeah,
at
not
least
me,
two other...
'cause I don't think I've met you at all.
No, but in front of two other people, that's called you Melia.
That must be her last name.
I will turn to Reclusette and say, she's someone else. I'm Ruth. And then I look at Zook.
I just give you the, oh, oops look and go on with drinking whatever, with eating my soup.
You're gonna do the "I must have been drunk" card.
Yeah, I'm going to just mumble something about having a hangover this morning and must have misheard your name or something like that. Anyway, sorry about that, Ruth. So, anyway, how was your searching? Assuming you've had a productive day?
Not very, but I have someplace I would like to investigate. Would you mind joining me?
Oh, not at all. I've been sitting here having a nice conversation here with Reclusette and Alton. They mentioned something, the barkeep actually mentioned something about a gentleman in a black cloak that knew something about the goblins you were interested in. And Alton has heard of this fellow. His name
Yes, this
is
Gota.
Gota.
fellow.
Yeah, I don't know much about him, but he was somehow associated with him.
In my studies, he
one
seems to
moment.
be a wizard of some dark power of some sorts. But I do not know of any of his recent endeavors. How long ago were these readings? Do I have any kind of sense of time?
Is just when you were, reading through the book.
Yeah,
that
but the
you
book
were
is
at
like in the third era or something of that nature.
Oh, when it was written?
Yeah, when was the book written? At least something.
Up to you.
Oh,
I can. By the way, I can roll bluff because it was me trying to bluff that I messed up. If you need someone to roll bluff on that name thing.
I do not know much about this Gota. The book I was reading, the information I have on him is probably at least 50 years old. So I do not know much about his recent endeavors.
Alton, right?
Yes.
Would this black cloak figure cause disease and illness wherever it went?
So he's talking in through the window?
No.
But,
Oh, you came into the inn?
no, Arthur's not in the inn yet.
I'm
Yeah,
still not. I'm still
Arthur's
outside
outside.
eating.
Oh, okay. Sorry, wrong person.
Arthur's at the drive-thru.
He
Still
was
recovering.
known to have many dark powers. It is quite possible that he could do such a thing. Though I
Because
think
there is
he
a
is,
centaur
he's
outside
related more
describing
into
someone.
the nature of curses than diseases, I believe.
Well, there is a centaur outside describing someone very much like that, causing some sicknesses and diseases and very dark things.
Oh, I don't know. He was a human, and he was pretty old in the book's writings. He'd probably be well over 100 by now. Even by most wizard standards, that is probably a bit long. Of course, he could have, extended his life by arcane means. It would not be, unknown for some sorcerer of dark powers to do
I'll
that.
still have the centaur ask you about it. But first, I want to go kill some goblins and hobgoblins, if I can find them.
Goblins and hobgoblins. Well, they'd be from the northwest then, in the Yelleron region. Around here, they're not too terribly common.
Hopefully that makes them easier to find.
Is there supposed to be another triangle up there above Yelleron, or is this just like connect somehow?
Yeah, I see that.
The what?
It's a partial border.
And, Earthengar doesn't seem to have a town at all, unless it's across the river.
No, there's a diagonal going from the top of the north, northeast of the lake.
Oh, Earthengar is the
Crosses
fortress. I
over.
see it now.
Yeah, it's in the mountains.
Yeah, so is that diagonal? This doesn't really matter, I guess, but that triangular section is that part of Earthengar or Yelleron?
The right part is part of Yalaran.
All right, bit of a strange border, but yeah. Anyways, yeah. So any goblins, particularly goblin raiders, perhaps? I assume that's what we're talking about. Would probably be free from there.
Would you have a clue as to why they would bring hostages, prisoners, slaves here?
Slaves. Who was discussing slaves? I thought we were just talking about goblins.
Goblins that sacked a gnome village and brought any survivors here.
That's terrible. They really should do something about that. When did this occur?
Yesterday.
Only yesterday. Seems like a long journey to. How many grids is that? Seems like a long journey to try just to go to get captives, particularly across the. I don't know. I assume that desert has a name, but I don't know what it is.
As I'm returning to the window,
Tromoso
mayhaps
does
they
it.
have a new leader.
Ah, a centaur. We don't see your kind around here much. Do you have a name, sir?
Arthur, good sir.
That's the centaur I was mentioning.
King of
You
the
two should
Britons.
talk.
About what? What should we speak of?
Something about curses, I believe that you said you'd be interested in. And a
And the
dark
black
cloaked
cloaked
one?
figures that caused them?
Yes, a man by the name of Gota.
Gota. Is that his name? All I know is of a man in a black cloak who came to our
I do not know if
village
he's the
and started a
same
wasting
man,
disease.
but I know of a man from my text that has a certain tendency for those type of things. However, he would probably be well over 100 by this time.
That would be quite old as human years go, I would believe.
Indeed.
Unless he is not truly human. I did not get a good look at his face.
My texts refer to him as human, but that can always be changed. One does not have to remain human with the ways of magic. As many as ones as supposedly as dark powers as he supposedly used. My book warns of such behavior, and I would not do it myself, but it is part of the studies at the tower. The study of such arts.
I know not much of magic users, but our druids can enact such transformations amongst themselves.
You mean animal transformation?
Yes, but such transformations are possible.
Do druids get timeless body?
Yes,
Oh, they do?
I think they do, but really, no,
Later
actually,
level.
actually, I think it's like really high level. But
Oh, I'm
yeah.
sure it is.
14 or something. It's not too terribly high. I wasn't
15.
too far away from it. Yeah.
Do you wish to say something, Ruth?
What vexes you, dear?
Goblins and hobgoblins. Zook, Zook, there's an item that seems to be,
Microphone activated.
well, there seems to be something wrong with it. They're turning away customers whenever they can. It seems to be scaring the local animals. I was wondering if you mind talking to some people there.
Then turning away customers? That doesn't make sense. Sure, I'll investigate a little bit, or listen in, or something. I get up and follow Ruth wherever it is we're going.
Arthur, would you like to join us?
I have not
You may
much
not
to do in this town, they seem to have not wish to help me with my issues. Your party seems to have the more information than I. I shall accompany thee.
Such formal language.
I wouldn't mind hugging along either. An inn that's willing to turn away customers probably has something more valuable than what's in its own income purse.
The more the merrier.
All right. It sounds like everybody wants to go to the inn.
I guess
Let's
so.
take a break, though. I'm about to explode.
All right.
Please do.
Please don't. Actually, exploding would be bad for your keyboard.
Oh yes, please do go.
I
Please
suppose
don't
go
explode.
order another pie so they can still say you're a customer.
I haven't ordered anything in about 2.5 hours. But, I'm still sitting here with my tray and drinking my refill. So,
I always end up getting like the Hershey pies and stuff from Burger King.
well, I'm not
So
too
that-
big on their pies, so
well,
I may get some more French fries or something. The place is virtually empty. They can't complain too loudly.
it's not like you're occupying prime real estate.
No. I think this place may have had 10 people come through it, or in the last hour and a half that I've seen.
I mean, I don't know what time
They can't
you're
they
in,
can't
but
yell.
It's 9:30 at
Hey,
night
for
here.
all they know, you might be reviewing their restaurant.
Might be what?
Secretly. Reviewing their restaurant secretly.
In disguise.
In disguise.
Yeah, that's why I have the D&D images up. Yeah, the annoying guy with his loud music left. Or I couldn't tell if it was an annoying redneck or 3 young teenage girls that were playing their music loud, but either one, it was ridiculous.
Alright, take a short break.
Yep.
Be back.
User disconnected from your channel.
Uh-oh. Burger King blew up. Looks like we lost Ice Pups.
Kicked him out.
Yeah, Burger King finally got rid of him. Hurry up and buy. Or get out of here.
Well, I am glad that worked. Ruth is unhappy, but I'm glad it worked.
About what?
The group came together.
Oh.
Ruth is more like a, oh, she's coming along too.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
But I think Recluse said it'd be very helpful coming up.
Yeah, you just got something against my tattoos, don't you?
I think it's the materialism.
Oh, that too. Hey, if you don't want stuff, I hate for it to go to waste.
I have returned.
User entered your channel.
Might be everybody.
Cloud back?
Yeah, I'm here. I just said it. I mean, I've been.
Ice is coming back.
I guess I should actually put it in chat that it's obvious I'm back.
So, Ice, is your internet down or you just don't have internet right now, other than Burger King?
Oh, it's like a complicated situation involving him being at someone else's house taking care of them that has really poor internet.
Ah, okay. So what is the scale on this map? Other than the fact that, we're not personal sized in this scenario, but...
We'll call each hex 10 miles.
So what is representative of a day's travel?
2 hexes for a full day. If you're on a horse, we'll say you can travel twice as fast.
I guess I have it easy then.
Yeah, or a horse.
So we're looking at about, a week by horseback to get the Yelleron?
Once you get into other terrain, it might slow you down. Mountains and such like that.
So, the mountains are the mountainy areas, the desert's the sand. Is the dirt supposed to be, hilly?
Yeah, those are like the hills.
Obviously, the snow is snow. And I'm going to assume the, dark green areas that are, by the rivers are swamps.
Yeah. The
So what
area,
is this? Just rough terrain? Shrubland?
Yeah, that's like shrubland. It's not. It's semi-desert,
Dry
semi.
tundra.
Yeah.
It's tundra without the snow.
It's like where you're in a desert and you find lots of acacia trees.
All right, so I think everybody's here.
Yep.
I think the party was generally going towards this other suspicious inn.
All right. You guys approach the inn that was overcharging Ruth
And scaring cats away.
and scaring cats away.
Is everybody there? Like, is anybody not going? Right,
For
well,
the sake
seeing-
of ease, I'm going to go along. I don't know what I'm going to do there.
Seeing such a large party, considering I was not privy to much of that information, I am going to be hanging well back and following at a very great distance because I don't precisely know what's going on, and with that many adventurers together, I will be cautious.
All right. You stand in front of the inn.
I'll stay back with Yashiro and talk to him a little bit.
No,
Introduce myself.
you don't know I'm there.
I don't know. You're there? Didn't we see you back at the-
I just said that I am following very far behind the
Oh,
party
you
because
didn't-
I don't know anything about
you
what
didn't
they're
come to the
doing
inn with
aside
us.
from talking to Ruth.
In fact,
Gotcha.
last I knew, he was actually headed towards the end before we were.
Beating you there, huh?
So, what's
I think he's
suspicious
waiting
about
for
this
us.
inn, per se? You
As
say
you
they're-
can see,
they're
it's
overcharging.
Very, as you can see, it's very seedy and enjoys a very low clientele, but it charges almost twice as much per night as the inn you just left.
No, it's within their right to charge what they will.
Yes, it is within their right to lose money. Why would they do so? Also, they are scaring off the local wildlife. There's just something very
Perhaps
peculiar about the
they-
place.
Perhaps they charge too much, which is why they're run down and don't have any clients.
Well, perhaps that's what Zook will find out.
I look doubtfully at the front door. Well, I might be able to get through that. I don't know.
Yeah, you're not going
I
to be
shall
able to
listen
fit.
at the. Well, I could fit. You can squeeze through a 5-foot square.
Yeah, you'll. Yeah.
It'd just be.
Their reaction to a centaur
Tights.
coming in would be different.
That's all. I don't know. I want to go in just yet. I might hang out at a window, and if something happens, then I might consider trying to get in. But
All right. So is everybody going in, or I mean, Yosh is outside, but and also
I will
Arthur.
wait here. I believe. If something happens, call, and I shall attempt to make my way inside. But if not, I will stay here at the moment.
I
I'll
walk
wait
on
for
in.
most of. You go ahead.
Yeah,
What is the construction of this building?
It's rundown.
I mean, like,
wood. Stone.
It's
yeah,
run
wood,
down.
2 stories,
it's-
3 stories. Like,
It's a 2-story rundown. It looks like they had a fire in the kitchen. Yeah. Needs some drastic repairs to be a suitable place.
I will make my way to the nearest alley that that is adjacent to the building. And I will look around to make sure that I am, private.
All right.
So the building seems to be in a little disrepair, and it does seem to have some damages recently. But Why precisely are we coming here? Simply because they charge too much?
That's right. So who's going in first?
Okay.
I might stick my head in a window, but
All right. So Ruth is waiting for people to go in.
Yep. And I
And-
keep trying to go in.
All right. All right. You guys that go in see that there's not many people in the lounge area of the inn right now, where the barkeeper is not there even. But the woman, fat lady behind the inn bar or in podium addresses you all as you come in. With hello, what can I do for you?
A pitcher of ale, if you don't mind.
The dog moves his head in a no.
The dog.
Just a response to Ruth's comment on the chat.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
talking.
I was wondering. My
No.
dog was telling me no ale.
No. Ruth is asking her dog about goblins.
Ah. Well, I asked for the ale and go sit down.
Oh, okay. It'd be 1 gold.
I assume those that came in sat down with me.
I'm not
I
even
didn't.
sure if I would even come in because I don't see a reason why I would actually go here.
Okay, so was I the only one that went in? In that case, I didn't order a pitcher, or I ordered a
Ringo's
pint.
went in.
I don't know the way that you were drinking the night before.
Yeah, but I thought we had a whole party here, so I asked for a pitcher. No, a pint in that case.
3 gallons of hair of the dog.
Okay. Well, if it was only me and maybe Recluseth, then I asked for a couple of pints, and that was it.
All right.
And I'll go over to the customers and try to ascertain how much they're paying for room at the inn. Should I do a gather information check, or does that just come kind of naturally?
No, you can. It will depend on how much information you gather.
After a little while, I go up to the lady that gave us food, drink, since there was no barkeep, and introduce myself. Hi, I'm Zook. A traveling bard. Is curious if you would like any entertainment here in the next few nights. I'm going to be in town for a few days.
Entertainment?
Yeah, for your customers, increased drinks makes it very profitable. Usually, having a bard of my reputation in town.
Yeah, I mean, what would you want to be compensated for?
Oh, I don't usually ask for much. We can either be a flat fee, or I can take a percentage of the night's. Sorry, caught me mid-bite there. I can either take a flat fee or a percentage of the night's purse, whichever you prefer.
Well, probably a flat fee, but what would you charge?
Oh, nothing too great and grand. I mean, you did out of character for a second. I still get charged 1 gold for 2 pints.
Yes.
Okay, so
Well,
1
you
gold.
ordered that before you started to talk about.
No, I'm just asking. I'm confirming that I paid 1 gold for 2 pints of beer or ale.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, nothing too grand, especially with the profit I'm assuming you're getting off your ale here. Um, Usually about 25 gold will do. Is that and free ale for me for the night?
She goes, I'm sorry, we can't afford that.
Really? At a dollar, at a gold, at a half a gold coin per ale, you should be doing quite well here.
Well, we're trying to remodel. I mean, the
Oh,
kitchen's burned down. That's why we don't serve any food here. But I mean,
burnt down kitchen. Shame for the cook.
yeah, we had to let him go at least until we fix up the kitchen. Do you do kitchens?
No, I don't do kitchens, unfortunately. I am barred by trade and, typically entertain those for modest fees, like I said. We could consider like I said, the percentage arrangement if you're afraid that 25 is too much. Perhaps 20% of the purse for the night.
I I want to be honest. I don't think you would like getting 25% of the purse. It you probably make only about 5 or 10 gold.
Really? Well, with a bard of my reputation here, you might be surprised the type of clientele you'll get in. Might greatly increase your respect and presence in this town. Maybe even revitalize your bar. It could be worth it.
It's up to you. I'm just telling you that you might be disappointed. So
Well, it's your establishment, but as long as we have an agreement of 20% or 25%, then we can go from there. I've performed all even at the inn down the way last night, and they had a raucous good time, very rowdy, and many people drank much.
sure, why
So,
not?
you want to make it tomorrow night, maybe?
Yeah, yeah. If yeah, that would
Give
be
you a
great.
chance to spread the word, and we'll see what we can find out. As far as getting more people in for you. But
Yeah,
yeah, spread the word, and we'll go from there.
that sounds good.
Do I find out from some of the customers how much they're paying a night?
Uh, there's a old uh, there's an older human in there, and he's mumbling about paying 2 gold and being overpriced for what you end up getting and stuff. Uh, there's a halfling in there that doesn't seem to want to tell you how much they paid for, seeming that she gets a little agitated when you try to spur the conversation. Um, and then there's a dwarf male in there that is he's okay with it. With the establishment, he got charged 3 gold and everything, but he's been in sloppier places. Maybe not for the amount of money, but he he just needed a place to stay, so he's fine with it. They all paid less.
Microphone muted.
Well, the two that you
Microphone
know of
activated.
paid less. The halfling wouldn't let you know.
Because what Bruce said was it was 5 gold, right?
Yep.
Okay. And one paid 3 and one paid 2. Must be different rooms. One must have a big hole in the wall.
The rooms were identical.
Interesting. And the first one who paid 3 was human, you said?
Yeah, human male. The other one was a dwarf, male,
who paid
and the
to
other
read.
one was a halfling female.
That wouldn't say.
Yeah.
How close to the outskirts of the town is this inn? Like, is it deep in the town, or is it closer to, the one of the roads or something?
It's we'll say about 5 blocks away from the inn that you guys were staying at. It's in the shady part of town.
What I'm trying to get at is it is it deep within the town in terms of could slaves have been transported here in the middle of a night, unseen, or is it? I mean, if it's in the center of the city, that's very unlikely. If it's on the very edge, then that's a possibility.
You can't you can't believe that they would be able to smuggle people through the.
While they're doing this investigating, Ruth is going to go back outside and talk to Arthur.
So, what's it like?
Dark, smelly. Maybe they'll get answers.
I think I'll stay out here again.
I'm thinking of checking the back of the building. The person in charge last night mentioned that their kitchen was no longer working. I wonder what's back there.
Well, couldn't hurt to look. Could walk around.
Sorry, my daughter decided to come in. But yeah, you don't think they could smuggle goblins using this place as a waypoint.
All right, determining that, I will leave and just resume a watch over the area.
Okay.
I guess we walk around the back of the inn and check it out.
Yeah, Bunko, I don't know if you were here to hear it, but Ruth and Arthur are going to try and check out the back of the inn.
All right. All right, you guys go around the back. You see there was definitely a large fire in the kitchen. One of the walls is almost completely burned out and needing replacing. And you see a bunch of cans and stuff like that just scattered all over the floor. Do a listen check. And a spot.
Listen. And listen. Wisdom!
Wow, nice plus to spot.
Spots. Same thing. Wow, I don't see shit.
Well, here's shit.
Well, Ruth, I don't see anything suspicious here. Do you see something?
Is your dog with you?
Oh, of course.
She starts to bark.
He does? What's he barking at?
You see some movement in the kitchen.
I put my hand on my knife hilt, and what's the movement?
What's there, Ruth? I don't see anything. It's probably just the innkeeper.
Several cats then run out from underneath the debris and then scatter outside the inn.
Wow. See? Just cats.
Just cats.
Okay, I will go to wherever they were.
They just scattered amongst the streets, just
Yeah,
running.
but where did they scatter from? I mean, where they originated in the inn.
Underneath some papers and a table and some stuff. I go in there and you just find some rotting meat and bread and just various old foods that look like they were left there after the kitchen burned.
Well, Ruth, I don't see anything in particular about this building.
Well, Ruth will lift up a side of the table and tip it over as hard as she can. And then just collapse there trying to think of somewhere else to go.
The fat lady comes through the... What are you guys doing back here?
I'm still outside as far as I know.
Yeah, well, he's flipping tables, but you're on the perimeter.
Just looking at the burnt out section of your inn, I suppose. What started the fire?
Fire?
Well, yes, but what started the fire? I mean,
It's a kitchen.
careless careless cook.
Yeah, but it was a grease fire that got out of control.
All right,
Do you do kitchens?
do I do kitchen?
Yeah. Do you know how? Are you a carpenter?
No, I don't know anything about carpeting.
Do you know anybody that knows about carpeting?
Maybe back in my village, but not here. About a week's journey away.
All right. Well, we're looking for somebody to fix this
I'm
place
sure
up.
you could probably find one closer in your own town.
Yeah, you would think, but they all want too much money.
Alright, well, I make my way back around the front of the building again, because there doesn't seem to be anything here.
Okay.
Not yet, we haven't.
Well, Arthur has. but
I'm still waiting for Bunko to answer my other question.
No, I didn't see.
I even poked you, man. Come on. It is relevant, believe it or not.
Devices that make smoke? Yeah, I guess you can.
Okay. It matters. Okay, before leaving, I go up to the lady I was speaking with and tell her that I will need some time to set up for tomorrow night. Can I come by? Well, or ask, yeah. Sorry. Allergies. Sorry about that. I asked her if I can come by tomorrow during the day to set up for my performance.
Sure. How much room do you need?
Oh, well, first of all, is there any type of stage here already?
No.
No. Crap. Is there an open area in the corner I could theoretically use?
You could push a couple tables out of the way.
Okay. Oh, not too much space. I'm, obviously not that big myself, but I have a few devices that I like to use during my show. Being a gnome, I've acquired a few things, and would like to set them up beforehand, if you don't mind. Nothing dangerous, of course.
Sure. Yeah, as long as it's not fire.
No. No fire. You may see a little smoke, but no fire, believe it or not. This is some devices I acquired during my travels, and some patrons actually really enjoy seeing them.
All right.
So, unless we have anything else to do for the rest of the day, we can either fast forward to tomorrow, or I can come back to what I'm going to do here. Because I still need setup time, and I have other plans while I'm here.
Okay.
That was, of course, out of character.
Right now it's about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, there wouldn't be time for me to do what I want to do at 4 o'clock for a performance today, so... I have nothing else I need to do besides head back to my regular inn. To gather my devices, actually.
All right. Anybody else?
Well, as far as I can tell from Reclusat, they're overcharging a little bit, probably to pay for repairs and stuff. Not the best business sense, but doesn't seem to be anything nefarious or trying to, put something over on people for privacy. There's enough people here, and they are willing to pay for or have a entertainer come here, so it's not like they're trying to keep people away. So I've determined that there's nothing really big here except for a shabby old business.
Have there been any odd occurrences in the town in the last day or so? Like, it seems like we don't have any leads other than this. Like, somehow the tracking thing totally went nowhere, and we we have nothing in this town.
Okay, I'm going to speak completely out of character here. When I come back the next day, I'm going to be using my hide and other skills to investigate a little better the inside than y'all did. So, you might not want to write this off yet.
All right.
Or Bunko can tell me to forget it.
Well, you can do whatever you want. As far as the tracking, Ethan was tracking until last night, and then had to seek shelter because it was night and it was raining, which it's gonna start raining again pretty soon. But as far as looking for remainders of tracks and stuff like that, you guys haven't attempted to do that.
Well, did he actually track them to this city? Like, that's the part that I'm really confused on.
It didn't go into the city. It basically was going towards the city, and then it became nightfall and everything, and he couldn't track anymore. So then he had to go into the city.
Oh, Jesus. I think we've been playing this entire thing under the assumption that he did track them in here.
She has dark vision and low light vision, both. Darkness wouldn't have bothered her that much.
So I think the whole reason for us checking out the inn was, possibly that this might be where goblins might have taken, captives or something, because we were under the assumption that they had been tracked to the inside of the city. If he, if she literally just lost the trail outside of the city, then I don't think we would be just investigating inside the city. And I just want to point this out because this is going to be circular for the next 2 hours, and we're never going to leave this city if we continue on this under a false lead that we accidentally made up.
Well, we need to come to the city anyway to get together. That's
Yeah.
probably why this is happening, but
Well, the investigation part inside the city, I think, was a miscommunication.
I mean, I'll be honest, I thought that something had led her into the city besides the weather.
Yeah, so under that assumption, you probably, I mean, I can't speak for what your character would do, but if you lost the trail in the night, then you would probably leave the town and go back and look for the trail, not assume that they're inside the town. So I'm wondering if that should be what we're doing instead of just looking in the town, because I think that's literally why we're looking around in the town.
Well, let's
for
let
the
Latham
stuff.
to speak to that.
It's got increasingly difficult to follow the tracks at night in the rain, especially when it was starting to come down even heavier and heavier. That led to Ruth going into town.
And
Or-
effectively assuming that they did too.
No, but he's saying that you didn't follow the tracks into town. You followed them somewhere and then lost the trail and then sought out shelter in the town. Is that correct, Bunko?
Yep.
That's correct.
Well,
so
Ruth
you didn't
didn't
follow
give
the
a damn about shelter.
Oh,
I thought
well,
I made that clear.
I remember when this said that you need to find shelter for the night, and I think that's where the miscommunication happened. So I don't know that we want to retcon anything, but I
No,
I
she
really
would just
don't want to
assume that
continue
he-
playing off of a false lead here.
Go ahead, Latham.
Yeah, she would just assume that they'd gone in also. But don't worry. I mean, Ruth thinks it's a false lead also. That's why she's still in the kitchen on her knees going, trying not to cry.
Woe is me.
All right. So it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
I am going to go to the guards who watch the edge of town and see if I can strike up a conversation in the gist of, have you seen anything odd in the last night or so? Like, I am basically looking for information about whether or not they saw this band of goblins pass by the town or something.
Okay. So as far as your character goes, you've been just observing from afar what the rest of the party's been doing at the inn.
Yeah.
So you are abandoning your observations to do this.
Yeah, when he determined that there was no way that any slaves or captives could have been snuck to this building, then he just determined that this was a dead end and decided not to waste any time, and he began his own investigation.
All right. All right. Pick a direction of town to go to the gate.
I will go to the west gate.
Okay. The west gate is moderately defended. The guards are there. The guards tell you that they have about 5-hour shifts that they switch on and off. So there's a couple people that might have been here that night, last night. You're talking about the night last night or the night before?
Last night.
Okay. Yeah, So there might be a couple guards that you can talk to.
I would seek them out if it's not going to be a problem. And I give my reasonings as there was this rumor that there was a raid on a nearby village, and he's just kind of investigating it from that.
So the guards, they didn't note any. Definitely didn't note any goblins coming in and out of the city. And as far as suspicious people, there wasn't any buddy that really fit any kind of description.
They didn't notice anybody traveling the nearby roads.
They did hear that there was a encampment outside of the city, but they don't know who exactly was in those encampments.
I will try to get a better location of this encampment.
There seems to be conflicting reports. Some is a couple miles west of town, others is a couple miles southeast of town.
All right, I will thank the guards, and I will be on my way.
All right.
Meanwhile, back at the inn.
Yep. McLeod, are you there? Or are you just...
I
Are
think
you
I
just reading a
probably
book?
would have gone off to study in the library because there was basically nothing else going on that would interest him.
All right.
I go over to Ruth and want to strike up a conversation with her.
All right. You find Ruth in the kitchen on her knees.
I ask her what's the matter.
Everything. And I get up and start walking, I guess.
Where is it you're going, dearie?
I don't know.
Well, why don't we try to figure this out? Seems like we've got quite a mystery going here, and I'm sure if we keep our heads and use more than one, might figure some things out.
Ruth nods.
So, I ask her what she knows, and I'm assuming she'll tell me about that she tracked till night, and then she came into town because the rain was coming down. Am I correct in that assumption?
Most of it. Yeah. I mean, she'd tell you all that, plus she would assume, she says that she came into town because she thought that's where they were going
Okay.
when she lost the track.
I asked her if she found anything here that would give her any reason to believe that the goblins stayed in town from anybody she's talked to today.
No. She shakes her head.
Well, if we eliminate the possible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth, right?
Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, so the goblins did not enter the town. They must have camped nearby, or track is still fresh nearby, and we should be looking for it.
Yeah, Ruth shakes her head yes, pretty strongly a few times, and then takes off.
What? I say, well, now, wait a minute. You said how many goblins did you track?
Okay, she'll pause. How many did I track, Bunko? About how big of a size of a party?
Well, I mean, you didn't find any goblin feet,
Right, it was all
but
horses.
uh, you uh, you probably estimate about 40 horses.
Now you're gonna run headlong and crazy into a mad horde of orcs and goblins and such, and who knows what other matter of type of thing, and take them on yourself? And your dog, of course.
Not all at once.
Ah, well,
And then I keep going.
wait. Perhaps there might be others
Yes.
who will want to help you take down these goblins and see what kind of prizes or other things. I know Alton is definitely looking to help you find these captives or hostages or what have you, whatever you say. And the big fella, Arthur, he seems to be your friend. Why do you just go charging off by yourself?
You're right. I should get Zook.
There you go. Yes, the nice minstrel might help too. Maybe he can distract them all and sing them a big song.
Yeah, he'd just get killed.
Well, there is that. But there'd be others to help, I'm sure. Alright, so I suggest, getting out my voice, that we find those who are willing to help find these goblins. Did the thing just shut down, or is it me?
Yeah, what just happened?
I think somebody
dark.
made it dark.
Yeah, it got really dark, and everyone got labeled.
What?
I don't see anything now.
Yeah, the map is gone.
All right, who connected as GM?
Not me.
Maybe Hithos unplugged his machine.
No, it's still
No.
connected.
That's weird.
This is usually what happens when you change a vision mode to night, when nobody has light sources turned on.
Oh, I just turned one on. It made no difference, it looks like.
Vision is off. Oh, somebody needs to turn vision back to day or night, not off.
And how do we do that in case we can all try?
GM has to do it from the map layer. Map, vision, day or night.
Bunko there.
Uh,
There we go.
It was me. I typed and that happened. So
Ah. Type command. You must be in as GM then.
Yeah, when you
Every-
first connect, there was a drop down.
you know what? Last week we had
Yeah.
to connect as GM, and I never reset that.
Yeah, it'll stick to whatever the last thing you used was.
Okay,
Might
at
not
least
be
we
the
know
only
now.
one.
No, I changed mine because I asked about it when I was coming in. Okay, well, anyways, back to before the lights went out in Big Town. So I mentioned that we should get Alton and the others and see who else is willing to track down goblins. It seems like, from what she's told me, that the town guard is not much of help, but maybe there are others that. Damn it! This happened again. I didn't do it.
This is ridiculous. I can't type.
All right, somebody, well, you disconnect then, and then reconnect as a player.
All I'm trying to type is "by the way." It's doing that.
Just disconnect and then
B
reconnect as a
is
player.
black.
That's kind of weird, because
For
there aren't any shortcuts for the vision mode.
Evidently there are.
Well, yeah, whoever's accidentally a GM.
There you go. There's ice.
Yeah, it doesn't matter on this map, but on like most combat type maps, well, you'll see absolutely everything, including hidden monsters and everything, if you connect as GM.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm reloading. That was hilarious.
Okay, what was by the way?
I don't remember anymore. It wasn't that
I know.
important.
I lost my train of thought too with the lights going out.
And a great darkness came over the land.
right. Well, while they're deciding what to do, I am going to be trying to find. Like, is there a hunting lodge around here, or can I find, any place that local hunters would kind of congregate and drink or tell tales or whatever?
Sure. Yep.
All right, I want to go in there, and I will specifically look for someone who has been out recently and who knows the local area.
Oh, I was just going to. Now I remember. I was just going to say that after my conversation, I would have headed back outside to talk to Ruth, but found her not there, so I would have headed back to the inn,
All right.
assuming that's where she would meet me.
So you're guided to Samuel, that was a human ranger that seemed to have just got back in from a expedition.
Hello, Samuel. My name is Yoshiro. I was wondering if I could have a moment of your time.
Was sure he's still unpacking all of his gear.
I do not mean to inconvenience you. I understand you know the local land very well.
Well, yeah, I'm from here, so.
In your recent travels, have you perhaps come across any sign of goblins or encampments nearby?
Well, I don't know if the goblins, but I did notice there was a large trail leading to the north, coming out of just a couple miles out of town.
Ah, so you've heard nothing from the southeast or the west.
No, these trails were pretty much to the north of town. I mean, they might have veered off to the west because the desert is up there, and not many people like to walk across the desert. But yeah, there's quite a looks like wagons. There was a horse of prints. Some tracks. Yeah.
Oh well, that is most enlightening. Thank you
Yep.
for your time. And
Sorry, I
will,
can't be more detailed. I didn't really examine it.
Oh, that
closely,
is that is exactly what I needed to hear. I will give him a gold piece for his time and thank him again before leaving.
All right.
And not to take the RP, I'm just going to do this really quick, and this is probably going to be all that I'm going to be doing for a while. I am going to go somewhere and take my my paper, and I will use a writing implement to write down a note, and I will basically give the same description as what Samuel just told me. That there are tracks to the north. It looks like there were wagons. This is very recent, and that you should probably start your search there. And I'm going to seal this, and then I will deliver this sometime tonight.
All right.
Who you're delivering it to?
Well, I mean, unless we're going to fast forward, but I mean, I'm just going to. I intend to sneak into the inn and leave it for Ruth on her nightstand or wherever she is staying.
Kind of creepy.
He is Batman. He works in
He's a
mysterious
ninja.
ways.
In
If
the
she
morning.
stays
Oh,
a night
maybe
in the
Zook has
town.
left me a note.
Yeah. In any case, I am going to head to that inn and drink a few drinks and just try to remain unobtrusive and keep an eye out for her or the rest of the party that I had seen her with.
All right. Again, around dark, it starts to rain.
The curse of the nightly rains.
Yep. Everybody go back to the inn.
Yep. I suppose we're staying the night at the inn.
Yep, I guess so.
I do.
What's the nightly fee?
I think was it 2?
What about for stabling horses? Same price.
The stable was free.
Okay. 2 gold per night.
Yeah, I think that's what I charged you before.
I never paid for the original night, so that's
Well,
why I'm
yeah.
asking.
That's true.
Well, I'm setting up my tarp again.
Yeah, Ruth will stay in Huon's room.
Whose?
Her dogs. She's staying out in the stables too.
So you're not
for
even
free.
going to go into your room?
I don't have a room.
I thought you got a room. Well, where did
You stay with Zook.
I
Batman?
snuck into Zook's room last night.
Oh, was that where Batman put the note?
I am keeping an eye out, so this is going to be tricky. Sneaking where a dog is. Jesus.
Oh, yeah, dogs.
Bring kibble.
It is
I'm
in the
gonna-
rain.
That's
Yeah,
what you get
well-
for putting a druid in a focal point.
We'll deal with this once everybody has declared that they are asleep. Or sleeping or whatever.
All right. Well, McLeod's at the library still, I believe.
No, I went back. It's fine.
They closed probably. And
I would imagine they're not open through the night.
Yep.
Well, we should probably talk about tracking the goblins before retiring for the night.
yes, I concur. Should all meet together at a table in the inn.
What's for dinner?
Chicken?
Chicken and waffles.
Wait, they have chicken waffles for dinner? That should be breakfast.
Who would
there.
eat chicken on waffles? That sounds horrible.
2 waffles with chicken in the middle. It's like a sandwich.
Yeah. Never had chicken and waffles?
No, I can't say I have.
It's big down southeast. It's starting to get pretty big in California a little bit.
Comfort food.
I haven't had it.
To me,
I
that's
think
called
it
fried
sounds-
chicken.
Exactly.
I'm a large fan of chicken, just not
All right, let's-
waffles.
Anyway,
Let's
sorry.
discontinue the waffles.
Yes,
I've derailed conversation,
we
sorry.
have goblins to talk about, but should not be talked about in conversations with waffles and chicken.
All right, I am
Lest the
still
three
in
be
the inn
confused.
if people are not going to sleep yet. So I am at a corner or something drinking.
Does
We're eating.
Ruth notice you?
I am not making an attempt to hide.
You and
I am dressed how she
you're
saw me before.
in the inn?
Does the inn have
Yeah.
tea?
Yeah, I mentioned that before.
Okay. Does the
Yeah,
inn
this
have a
is-
what?
Tea.
What was that? McLeod?
Tea.
Oh, tea. Yeah.
How much is it?
Alright.
How much is it, he asked?
It's a guy innkeeper, right?
Yeah, it's like 1 silver.
I will buy some tea, and I will drink it in the corner while reading my books.
Alright.
I
I'm ready.
I mentioned.
Oh, that's a good
to-
female voice.
Yeah, I mentioned to Ruth to come over to a table and gather up everybody that she knows so we can talk about this.
Let's take a table near the window so that
Sounds
Arthur
like-
can join.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, stick my upper half through the window.
Yeah, I'll put all my books away and I will come over.
While setting up my tarp to cover up my rear half.
Oh my god.
It is in the rain.
It's raining outside.
You look a little uncomfortable out there.
So,
Alas, this is how humans are. They're not designed for centaur body structure. What season is it? Is it like cold out or is it summer?
It's like we'll say spring.
It's not that bad then. Don't worry about it.
Ruth nodded in Yoshiro's direction to acknowledge that she sees him, but if he wants to join in to this conversation, that's up to him.
Do I see this nod?
no.
Same with anyone else.
Did Ruth approach Zook and ask him to join her or not?
Oh, of course.
Okay. I inform her that I have made arrangements to perform at the end she was curious about so that I can investigate it further tomorrow during the day.
Well, Recluset has explained some flaws in my logic, and we're thinking that we should investigate outside the town. Hopefully pick up the tracks of the group of goblins out there. Since there doesn't seem to be much evidence that they came into the town at all.
Oh, really? Oh boy. Now I've got an engagement that I may not be able to make. I hate to miss engagements. Bad for my reputation. I'll see what I can do tomorrow about getting out of that. If I assume you're going to try to be leaving tomorrow?
A pained look comes on her face, and I suppose I'll wait till tomorrow.
Well, it seems a little late
Each
tonight to
day
be
would put
leaving.
the brigands farther from us, though.
Well, I will attempt to make recompense to the other end, since I negotiated rather thoroughly to get in there, thinking it was important. I would not want my reputation to suffer.
Do you have a horse? You could travel more slowly and maybe you could catch up to us.
No, I have no horse. They're rather large for creatures of my size anyway.
Well, a dog. Riding dog or horse, pony. Whichever.
Well, are you leaving? So, are you leaving tonight, or are you waiting till morning?
I believe morning,
in this
right?
weather, in the evening, I believe
I-
it would be
I
best
wouldn't-
to wait till the morning.
Some of our people, some people here do not, some races here do not have low light or dark vision. So their eyesight is not quite as good as or refined as ours. So mayhap we be best to wait for morning.
There's one other major problem that I'm seeing with this plan.
I've actually was asking Ruth that question, by the way.
You want to repeat it?
Are you waiting till morning, or are you leaving out tonight? I can go back to the inn tonight if I need to urgently cancel and tell them something came up. They should not have advertised too greatly yet.
We might as well wait for morning, and
Okay.
hopefully the rain will let up.
And out of character time check? 6, 7 o'clock in the evening? 8 o'clock,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, since I know we're going to leave in the morning, I will, when we're done here, I'll excuse myself and head back to the other end, but I'll stay here till we're done talking.
Alright.
If ye be going after those goblin brigands, I be coming with you. Oh, sorry, I switched to Irish. No, I don't want that.
Yeah.
I don't want to copy here. No.
If it's the goblins that sacked your village, little one, I will be glad to assist you.
Thank you. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it.
There's only one little problem I have to point out with this plan. We know where they came from. We know kind of where they went, but we have no idea where they're going. There's only a way we could find out in what direction they headed past this town. That would be of great help.
I thought y'all had figured that out.
We don't know yet, technically, because Yoshiro's the one who
I
found
could have
out.
sworn someone said they headed north.
Yeah,
That was
the
Yoshiro,
only person
who
who
was
knows
part
that
of the
information
notes,
is not
which
with
we
this
have
party.
not received.
Oh, sorry.
I was not invited to the table.
Nor did you invite yourself.
Well, he comes from a Japanese society.
That's right. Racists. Keep that Jap over there. Isn't there a whole other section of this in for those kinds?
All right, I hope this is going to be a good roll. Otherwise, this is going to be really embarrassing. But either way, the information will be passed.
Well,
About
you did
this
hear.
time, I get up and I will walk past the table. Crap.
Try to
Who's
put
shoving
something in somebody's
your
pants,
pocket?
huh?
I am going to be
Hey, what was that?
attempting to slip a. People still have to roll their spot checks. I mean, people can still critically fail. I'm not doing any of this take 10 crap on spot checks. That's not fair to people who have to roll non-take
Okay.
10s.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to slip this note that I wrote. Like if Ruth is sitting on the edge of the table or whatever, I'm trying to slip it, next to her drink or something as I leave.
You spill a drink.
Yeah, maybe I do. So
table
You
catches on
try
fire.
to do that. I mean, Ruth can do a spot check.
Alton
I think
failed.
Recluse kind of
I'm clueless.
noticed that. So
I never got an answer to my question before. Did I see Ruth nod to Yoshiro?
We didn't hide it.
Okay, well, I asked that earlier and I never heard anything, so I ask when I see him slipping this thing next to your drink.
well,
ask
I
Ruth,
literally
"Who's
just
this?"
drop a crumpled piece of paper as I walk out. So like I don't stop or anything.
Okay.
sorry, you already said you were
Microphone
gonna
muted.
slip it.
What do you mean slip?
That was in an
I
envelope,
said
I
I
think.
slipped it on. No, I said I slipped it onto the table next to her drink. Like
Yeah, which is
I'm-
still a sleight of hand,
yeah,
and you still fail.
I'm not trying to get out of that. I'm saying how I'm doing it. I have it crumpled up as a ball of paper, and I'm
Microphone
slipping it
activated.
onto the table as I walk by. Like
He's
I'm not.
explaining how he failed.
I am not standing there like trying to slip this underneath somebody's drink or into somebody's pocket.
Okay,
I detect.
You're doing a
Excuse me,
noble
sir. You
fail.
dropped this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, basically. Excuse me.
The refuse is over there, sir.
I look at it. Yeah, that kind of works. I look back and I say, "Sorry, I think the gnome there dropped it," and I leave.
Oh, that was the biggest
Okay,
bunch of motion I've ever seen, but okay.
Somebody can do Star can do his bluff, and everybody else can do a. Was it spot? I think.
No, it'd
sense
be
motive.
Since
Everybody
motive.
already did
Sense
that.
motive.
Alton fails. Unless I roll a nat 20, I'm pretty darn sure Alton fails.
Oh,
He's not going for believable here.
Yes,
He's literally just saying something.
they're not going to take much to pull it over on me on that roll, though. So, wow. Oh, ice bones. Oh, Ruth's in on it.
A couple people believe me.
Jeez, all of us do except for Ruth.
So Ice calls bullshit.
I haven't rolled sense motive.
Oh, is that 24? Oh, who else didn't roll?
Well, I mean,
Oh,
Ice,
Nathan hasn't
Ice
rolled.
I
Sorry.
detect a skill deficiency in the party.
Yes, the bard knows.
Yeah, with no points in sense motive, I know.
I have. Oh God, I have the most in it. I
So
just
you
got a
have
1.
the option of telling the party that you think he's lying to you, or not.
You might want to. Obviously, he wasn't serious about dropping something. You might want to check what that was. I doubt he was just throwing trash on the table for the fun of it.
Yeah, it's certainly not mine.
If she doesn't open it, I do.
Oh yeah, Nathan doesn't know either. Wow.
Okay,
Those
so
are
I go ahead.
horrible
I go
rolls.
ahead and open the note, and
Gotta check the
after-
love notes.
The note is trapped.
Sorry.
Explosive runes. It
Yeah,
blows
sorry,
up
I
for
told
5d6
Bunko that
damage
in
in your
secret.
face.
I told Bunko that in secret.
you told Bunko what?
And then I
The
tracked
note
the
was
note.
trapped?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
And nobody bothered to roll a spot check or a search check on it, so
No, he didn't.
What? Why would we
1d6
trap a
fire
note you're trying to
damage.
get? You're serious?
no.
Okay, God.
Inside the note, you find some rather
He's in cahoots with the goblins. Kill him.
written in common.
Yeah, all five of us turned to kill him.
Written in common in what appears to be black chalk, but done extremely with fine calligraphy. Is a fairly simplistic set of directions and whatnot, and a suggestion that you begin your search here. And that is all.
Okay. After reading this, I pass it to Ruth.
Ruth reads it, and then jumps up and runs after Yoshihiro.
I'm already out the door. I'm
He's
gone.
vanished.
Way too much of a head start.
Ruth is chasing him down the street.
The obvious thing is, you now have to track him.
If you actually are serious about running out the door, how long would it take you to read this note and then pass it over to Ruth, since Ruth declined it? That would have been seconds that I was out the door, and literally as
Oh,
soon as
yeah.
I got out the door, I turned the corner, changed my outfit, and I would have climbed up the building. I'll roll a climb check.
All right.
Yeah, you've got plenty of time to do that.
Yeah, I would say she just runs out and sees nothing.
Do a climb check.
Time to see if the expert ninja falls on his ass in the street. I don't know how you... That's like a middle of the road. This is not a very difficult thing to climb.
Well, I could pull a McLeod saying, well, it's raining outside, so you need a DC of 50.
Well, what are you climbing on?
I am climbing up the wooden side of this wooden building. Like, there's slats and timbers and whatnot. I am getting up to the roof. Like, at night, this is how he gets around his rooftop.
Any surface of adequate handholds and footholds, natural or artificial, is DC 15.
Oh, so I make it.
If it is raining, it's +5 for 20.
Oh. Well, what is the rule on reattempting climb checks? Do you have to do it somewhere else, or can
You have to do a
wait?
reflex
It's just
move
you
to
don't
catch
make any
yourself.
movement for this round trying to climb.
Well, you
Normally-
can't climb.
Normally you'd fall, but you're on the ground, so you don't fall.
Yeah. So I just.
So
I guess
do
I
a-
leave.
For the
Do a
next 6
reflex.
seconds, you can't check, basically.
Do a
But he
reflex.
just. All right, reflex.
I would assume it took way more than 6 seconds for me to read the note and then.
Well, a turn in combat
Climb-
is 6 seconds.
Right. I'm just saying our reading time I figured out what was going on, read it, and then gave it to Ruth, and then she read it.
By the time you
Would have
read it,
been
he-
multiple turns.
He would probably have multiple
Right.
checks.
Right.
20.
All right.
Hey, there
Ruth,
you go.
do a listen check.
Microphone muted.
Oh!
Not my best.
You don't
Seeing her
hear
run
me
out,
not
I'd probably
fall.
follow. Wait, you're going to listen check while you're inside or outside?
Outside.
Oh, if that's
Okay.
outside, I would have gotten another move though, because this is more than 6 seconds. I would have, if it was that difficult to climb, I literally would have just walked around the corner and just kept going. like towards the back of the establishment.
You rolled a 14. All right. So Ruth doesn't hear you miss your handhold when trying to climb up the wall. So she doesn't. She sees you vanish in the night,
Okay.
just like your ninja self.
So the person with low light and dark vision saw somebody else disappear into the night.
Technically,
Well,
I
he
wouldn't have
turned
been
the
there, and
corner.
also technically, I can turn invisible. So we'll just say that I am gone,
That would
And-
do it.
unless you really want to roleplay this out to like spot check invisible characters.
Not really.
All right. So you don't know where Yosho went.
So go back into the inn and ask.
Microphone activated.
Well, pass the note around.
Yeah, while the rest
And
of us
then-
are going, what's up with her?
Yeah, she seems. Wait, that wouldn't be me that knew that. Recluse would note that.
What?
What was up?
Well,
with her?
no,
My roll sucked.
No. My point is, Recluse. She's run off quite a few times, and you should have
Oh, yeah.
gotten that as a pattern by now.
She does that sometimes.
I got ready to say that, and then realized she'd never done it to me until now.
Yeah, pass the note around. And then we ought to decide if we think that's valid information.
Well, it could be a
Is Ruth
trap,
back?
but we don't have any better leads.
Yeah, Ruth didn't get very far because there wasn't
Okay.
anywhere
So
to
I-
go.
I asked Ruth, then what's your relationship with the guy who dropped the note?
He's Yoshiro. He claimed to be from a far-off land, though he says he's been in this town for quite a while. He explained that the guards in this town were both inept and or on the take. He seemed very credible at the time.
Well, maybe you have a benefactor then in him. I don't know why he'd be giving us false information.
I'm not entirely certain why he'd be giving us good information.
Well, since all of us failed our sense motive, we'd probably try to convince you that,
He's on the level.
he's on the level, yeah.
Being as we sense motive a note. Actually, it wasn't even the note. We sensed motive him dropping the note.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Whose character looks like an ass?
If mine will, if this note just sends us to the wilderness and we come across
Oh,
like
yeah.
a logging camp. Oops, sorry guys.
Good luck, guys. Park it really close to the blaze.
Yeah.
Ask what kind of Wi-Fi they got and what level is it. So 900 or whatever. 1200.
You can always just park in front of the drive-through, and if a cop comes by, you're like, they're taking a really long time with my order, sir.
Yeah, till tomorrow morning when they open.
So, do we want to end here, being that Ice is getting kicked out of his internet establishment, or?
No, let's tag along, he says.
Okay.
We can go a little bit longer.
Yeah,
At
definitely.
least,
I think
at
we.
least head out to the camp, probably end of the camp maybe.
All right.
Is anybody going up for going the full 5 hours that we sometimes go?
It doesn't matter to me. It's just up to everybody else.
I'm good until the family shows back up.
Yeah, I'm good for whatever time, so it's up. I'm basically here until anybody else leaves.
All right, well, let's just keep going then.
Okay. So, it's night right now. So I'm guessing that you guys stay the night.
We sleep. Anything happen?
Did you get my PM, Bunko?
No.
Check it really quick.
Alternatively, if we did want to stop now, we could probably play Star Citizen by the look of it. It's up to everybody else, though. Whatever.
Let's not
I
Cancel.
know.
D&D for Star Citizen.
I'm just saying. Depends if we lose Icebone and whatnot.
No, we're gonna keep rolling. I think.
Okay.
Anyways, wake up in the next morning, and I guess we pursue this lead.
I would like to rent a horse and be waiting for them at the north gate outside of town. I'm going to need to know how much, the inn rooms have cost for this time period and how much it's going to cost to rent this horse. I've been staying at the nice inn.
rules for renting horses. Buying a horse is 75 gold.
You can rent a horse.
It's down to Bunko for pricing then.
Renting a horse. I'll say 2 gold a day.
All right. And how much was the expensive inn per night?
You're the expensive one?
Yeah.
We'll do 5.
Right.
Alright, so you guys are wanting to exit the town?
Yes.
Alright. Which way you exit? How do you exit?
North Gate during the day? I would imagine you just walk through.
Early morning.
Alright. Are you guys walking together in a search pattern?
Well, we were given a location to go and check, I think, right?
We all are using horses, right? That was the only reason why I rented one, because I'm 10 shy of buying one.
Yeah, I'd have to rent one. I don't have enough to buy one.
Mine is a pack animal, so I can't even ride it.
Oh, well then, if they're going to be on foot, I won't bother renting.
Well, I don't have a choice either way.
Yeah, so
We will all ride Arthur.
No, I am not a mouse.
I will literally just be waiting at the gate, leaning up against the gate, looking like I did before.
With a note?
Yeah, I'm wearing my kimono.
Alright.
So, where exactly are we going with this note?
The north.
Do we know anything about how far north?
Yeah, I mean, the guy, we don't, player-wise, we don't know. We were never given specifics, but I'm assuming that the guy gave me, 10 miles north of here, west of blah, blah, blah. I would have put that in the note.
Alright. Alright, so you guys go north.
And you see me at the gate.
Yep.
And Ruth walks straight up to you.
I give you a polite head bow.
So we're all there with you.
Will you allow me to grab your collar so that your head's down at my level?
I think I'm 3 feet taller than you, so you'd literally have to jump to do that.
While you're bowed.
No, I said I bowed my head. Like, this is like basically a slightly formal nod. Like, this isn't Chinese type bowing where they go halfway. This is more just a polite couple degree inclination or declination. You can try to strike the ninja if you want. I will warn you that he has 19 touch AC.
Wow, that's nice.
Yep, they act like a monk AC-wise a lot.
So what do you do, Ruth?
What would Ruth as a character do?
What's your game, Yoshiro?
I was merely trying to point you in the right direction, and seeing as you have such a large group of adventurers, I figured I might tag along. I don't want you thinking that I'm sending you somewhere that I wouldn't go. I have from a reliable source that a group that may be those that took your kinsmen are traveling to the north.
I ask what his source is and introduce myself before doing that.
Another polite bow, and one of the local hunters. I heard from several of the guards that an encampment had been spotted nearby, and I wished to help after hearing Miss Ruth's plight. So I merely inquired at the hunting lodge. They are very familiar with the local lands.
Fair enough.
Ruth will give Yoshiro a slight nod and continue giving him a stern look, but she'll continue out the gate.
Arthur catches up with you all and he goes, "You all do not have horses? We could catch them much more swiftly on horseback. Or riding dogs?"
Unfortunately, no, Arthur. I'm a bit strapped for cash at the moment.
I just have a pack animal.
The young centaur does bring up a good point. If it is within our means, it would probably be more efficient to chase them upon horseback. I assume this is a matter of some urgency. I give a look to Ruth.
I could probably get a horse for one person.
I can afford one to rent one for myself, and perhaps
Well,
Renting, I
scholar
could
here.
do. Buying, I cannot.
I have already inquired as to the rates, and while steep, we could feasibly have them for some time.
I don't know, 2 gold a day, and a
you
day's
could have them
travel
for
is
35 days versus buying them. If they follow the standard
well,
rates.
I imagine 35 days could go by very quickly since you have to go there. Like, just like a couple hexes north of the door would be like 15 gold or so.
Okay, well, here's my major issue with riding a horse. I don't have anything in ride skill, so it would be the...
Alternatively,
Riding
you
a
could buy
horse
a
doesn't
wagon.
use ride skill. Getting a
Okay.
horse to do something in combat is a ride skill.
There we go. Then I'm fine.
Alternatively, you could buy one horse and get the wagon.
Bunko,
I would not pull that wagon, by the way.
how many days of travel did it sound like that Samuel described? Is this like within a day, or?
Well, Well, he noticed the tracks. He noticed the tracks when he came back, and at that point, it was about a day and a half old. So now it's about 2.5 days old.
I definitely suggest that, as costly as it is, if we are in this to help the people of Ruth's village, we need to make haste.
How much is a wagon?
Uh,
Because it only take 2 horses to pull a wagon.
Technically, one horse can pull a wagon.
The book says 2.
I have one. And what are Centaur's feelings on pulling wagons?
He
as
just
opposed to-
discussed this. He will not, under any
I missed it.
circumstances, pull a wagon.
Darn.
All right, so
All right.
Do
Who
we,
else has a horse? I have one. Anybody else have a horse? They want to rent one.
if we're all going to do it, I will rent one, and I will actually rent one for the scholar, quote unquote, if need be.
If you want to... Oh, how far are we traveling? How long?
Wagons
Probably
are
a couple
35
days.
gold,
How long per day?
according to SRD. If Bunko wants to change that, let me know. But
That's fine.
Okay, how much does a
Charlie?
horse cost?
75 for a
75
light
gold.
horse.
so a 2-horse wagon combo would be, if you use light horses, which I don't know if you can, would be like 185 gold.
What about a riding dog?
I'm pretty sure a riding dog can't carry a... What do you mean, like just to ride one?
For ice.
For me, I'm a gnome.
Do they have riding dogs in human towns? Is the question.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Ruth has a riding dog.
Well, which is her animal companion. She's had a
Yes,
long time
but
to
I'm
train
just
it.
asking how much it costs to buy one. If they have such a thing.
Let me see.
Or maybe a pony for me or something. Obviously, I don't need something the size of a horse.
Wait, aren't we getting a wagon? Can't we just put you on the wagon?
Oh, we're getting a wagon? I didn't realize.
It'd be much cheaper for us to pull our resources and get a wagon, because we already have one horse owned.
Yeah, we just need to rent the other horse, and then there we go.
We'll just buy the other horse. It's only, what, be
Probably be
Now-
cheaper
How
in the
many?
long
Well,
run.
the question is how many people can ride in said wagon.
The 4-wheeled wagon, think like stagecoach would be my guess. Because you can get a cart as well, which is 1 horse.
All right, if that is suggested, I will
Yeah,
accede to
maybe a
that.
cart would work.
And I will make sure to remind people to buy enough provisions for to last the journey.
We are not younglings.
I have 1 week's trails, I think it's 1 week's trail rations, and then I have other food as well.
Oh, and a
2 weeks.
cart is 15 gold. We'll buy 1 horse.
How much is a wagon?
35.
All right, so add that
I
up
do.
and then divide.
Sure, where
I'd
you
be
want to
willing
go.
to splurge for the wagon, though. Personally, can hold
Riding
more, and we can go with it.
riding dog is 150.
Okay, so not any cheaper. Wow.
I think riding dogs come combat trained, that's probably why.
Ah,
Whereas a light horse is not trained for combat at all.
right.
You can get a light horse trained for combat, but it costs more.
Okay. Well, regardless, I do need to go now because they are closing, and I do need to head back where I was regardless.
Alright.
So, y'all can continue. Just I'll watch the recording from this point forward if need be. But I've got to call it a night.
Well, it is 11, so if we want to end here, this would be a good time.
Yeah, we're leaving town. I mean,
Sounds like a plan.
yeah,
For
and
Yeah,
reference,
that's
a pair of light horses can pull 4,500 pounds.
yeah, and I put it in type, but Bunko, in case you didn't see it, I did make a point to go by the other end and excuse myself and the same night,
Oh,
so that
yeah.
it was not a big deal, and they didn't get much add and then undoing. I'll just tell them I had something else come up or whatever.
Okay. Well, as you were leaving the inn, the lady seemed depressed that you weren't going to sing that night, and
Well, it would
waved
have been the next
goodbye.
night.
Yeah, waved goodbye and walked back into the kitchen and had a holding a cat by a tail.
Well, I did tell her that I will try to perform next time in town and at a discounted rate to make up for my missing my appointments. That I hate to do that and don't like to disappoint my customers.
Yep.
So maybe that'll make her feel better.
All right.
Anyway.
Yep. So yeah, we can end here if you guys want.
Sounds like a plan.
You
Yep.
guys spent a lot more time.
Well, we got on the wrong track and we ran with it.
Well, that
Okay.
you have more stuff prepared for next time.
Yep.
Yep.
But hey, y'all got the amusement of me role playing here.
Dude, this is what happens if you don't lead your party around on a little piece of bait.
No,
Yeah.
that's not the reason. It's something was said and it was misinterpreted, and the DM and nobody else caught that it was misinterpreted, and so it led us on this really long chain.
Yeah,
But
that's
we're back
basically
on
what happened.
now, I think. So
And the thing is, that could happen in real life
Well,
too.
at least the party being together has been established.
And that is the hard part.
Yeah.
Except for Hythos, we're gonna have to work him in somehow. If
Oh,
he
God.
shows
He ne-
up.
Passed out drunk back in the inn. So
Well,
We have no
Hythos-
reason to grab him.
I was talking. He called me about 30 minutes in and told me that he wasn't going to be able to make it. And I asked him if he was planning on still playing that dwarf character, and he didn't know. So I didn't
Oh, God.
try to work
Specify
him into
races.
joining. Yeah,
You can
No, he
always
didn't
add him
even
in
know
later
this.
at another way.
he was actually thinking of doing human or dwarf, so I couldn't really say that somebody joined your party. So,
Yeah, he could
But
always
he
come
was
show up
there.
later.
As a side
In
note,
the
I
end,
am not
listening
being in
in, at
front of the
least.
party. like I
He
am
was
right
there
now.
passed out drunk.
As far as we could tell.
He appeared drunk. Okay. Either way, guys, I've got to go.
All right.
yep.
I
Thanks for
will
showing
see
up.
y'all. Oh, yeah, and hopefully I will be here next
Everybody
Saturday.
save
Hopefully
your
my life will get
tokens.
better.
save your tokens.
I already shut it down. Oops. I'll hopefully have
Well-
a better token next
Well,
week.
thing is, we could save the campaign too. I think.
Yeah, y'all save the campaign and keep my token. I updated
DM
my
has to
stats
save
and
it, though.
yeah,
Yeah.
and maybe just maybe I'll have had time to find a more appropriate looking gnome online. If not,
'Cause
I may
if
just
you-
stick
if you
with that one.
If you save the campaign, it'll grab all the tokens with it. So
I saved.
Okay.
I think I'm still in this DM too. I'll change that
Okay.
for next time.
That'll work. If I get home and have access to Photoshop, I may just edit that particular token for now. But otherwise, it'll do for better than nothing.
Yeah, I
I'll
linked
link
you
you
the actual,
the
the actual image.
image. Yeah, but if you actually want that
Alrighty.
one.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I gotta go. I'll
Alright,
see
see
y'all
you later, man.
later.
All right.
User disconnected from your channel.
Yeah, you guys totally went wild goose chase on that inn.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, somebody literally thought they had information that they didn't. So it's nobody's fault, but there was nothing that could have been done.
Yeah. But it's things like that. It's like I'm not going to. I'm not going to really try to get you guys back on track. You guys
No,
have to
but if,
find a track yourself.
the one thing is, if you do discover that somebody has misunderstood you on the results of a roll, definitely speak up.
Yeah.
But
well,
there wasn't a roll there.
no.
Uh,
There.
role play, I guess, would be a better way.
What the DM was telling you was different than what you thought.
Yeah, I noticed that. I'm like, because when you started asking the people in the town about stuff, I'm like, why are you, the goblins are not in town? Why are you asking? So I understood it from his instructions, because I understood what he said. So I was just like, kind of, okay, well, maybe he's role playing that he's just so distraught that Ruth would be doing this stuff because she's, perturbed. in distress
Yeah.
from what happened. So I just
Well, I
jacked
mean-
it up to PTSD of some kind.
The goblins could have tried to go into town, or somebody
True.
could have whispered about goblins in town, or something like that. But yeah. But I mean, the only clue that I was planning to give you guys was that there was a encampment outside of town, and that the barkeep was going to know about it, and know about this shady character too.
Oh,
And,
wow.
So
So we didn't ask the bartender about this. Wait, the bartender at the Average Inn?
yeah,
So the bartender would have had this information, and we failed to ask him about it. Yay. I thought somebody did ask him about it. I thought Ruth asked him
no,
about it.
somebody did ask, but it was more of I think it was a guard or something like that. They saw this person in town, or I forget what it was.
I was gonna go ask the guard, but then I figured, well, I have nothing for gather info, so I'm gonna fail anyways. So in the end, I didn't. But I would have asked
Well,
the
I
guard
think
too
that was-
about goblins in particular.
If meandering, it was definitely a concrete setup for the formation of our party.
Yeah.
And nothing innocent was slain this session.
Except the cat at the
And
end.
no
Yes.
fireballs were thrown.
A cat died?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I told
he
Ice
intimated it.
as Ice was leaving after saying sorry he couldn't perform that night.
Nancy's neighbor's cat.
She had a cat by the tail and went back into the kitchen.
Oh, I thought she just carried around her cat that way. And that's
Well,
why she always
you-
loses it. Because it
You
runs
don't
away.
know, like, yeah.
No, it's because a lot of us were joking about the cat.
I thought she was the person who always lost her cat that the Nancy lady was talking about, and now we know why it always ran away, because how she treats it.
Yeah.
Alright, so
All right.
same time next Saturday, right?
Yep. If that works for everybody, if we want to go back to normal time, we can do that.
Let's see. I think I asked something on the forums, and I don't remember if I got an answer to it. How often are you planning to do sessions, Bunko?
I can probably. I'm not going to be able to probably do it the Saturday after Thanksgiving. But I mean, I can.
Me neither.
I can try to do it every normal week.